Fanny shrieked and covered her mouth with her right hand. How did she die? Inauthentic smiled and said, How could I know such details? The Island Lord told me all of this. Even the Island Lord doesn't know everything about what happened in the past. After all, that era was too chaotic. The king of the eastern region, Yi Qingyu, also has the surname Yi, Yuanxiao suddenly asked. What's his relationship with you? Ha ha ha. Inauthentic laughed and said, Its ancestor. Other than Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua, the rest of the people were stunned for a moment before returning to normal. Humph, he snorted. Humph. Yuanxiao grunted and said, It seems that the Yi family is the master of Mysterious Separation Island now. Inauthentic smiled and didn't say anything. Why did the Misty Rock Lord want to capture Yi Fan? Yuanxiao asked, Is it to hold back your Yi family? Inauthentic nodded and said, That is one of the reasons. There is another reason I can't tell you. Well, I'm not interested in these things, Yuanxiao said. But Yi Fan is my brother, and you are his ancestor, so you must protect him. That's only natural. Inauthentic raised his eyebrows, looking valiant and heroic. In that case, I have nothing more to say. I can't thank you enough for today's matter. I'll repay this favor when I have the chance in the future. Yuanxiao cupped his fists and thanked her, looking like he was about to leave. Inauthentic was surprised. You're leaving? What? Yuanxiao's eyes twitched. Are you going to stay for dinner? Haha, of course. Since young Master Yuanxiao has come to the Eternal World, although Mysterious Separation Island can't claim to be the master of this world, it should still be the master and entertain you. Inauthentic laughed and made a gesture to stroke his beard. Yuanxiao knew that he wanted to invite them to the island, but he seemed to be a little reluctant. Even Mysterious Separation Island can't deal with the Misty Rock Lord. What if we go and get killed by him? Inauthentic said, Young Master Yuanxiao, are you trying to find an excuse to decline? In fact, the island master did not have any other intention in inviting him. He just wanted to meet the successor of the Divine Realm Tablet. After all, you're someone who has the potential to become a world deity of this generation. The previous world deity was the island master's close comrade-in-arms and his immediate superior. To become a universe god, you have to at least step into the realm of Universe King. My cultivation is only at the realm of true God. My lord, you have a lot of divine pills that can help me. Yuanxiao chuckled. Emperor Pill Tower was built by Master Yifan. Inauthentic said. Young Master Yuanxiao, you must have gained a lot this time, right? Suddenly, Yuanxiao's expression changed. He raised the red sword and pointed it at Gu Qingqing. Inanshan's words reminded him that the heavenly fortune pill was still in Gu Qingqing's hands. The rest of the people's faces also changed, and they immediately surrounded Gu Qingqing, ready to fight. Aya, you're so heartless, Gu Qingqing cursed. If I hadn't been on your side just now, would we have been able to force the Misty Rock Lord to leave? Now you're burning the bridge after crossing it, killing the donkey after it's done grinding. Yuanxiao chuckled and said, You're right, my lord. If we hadn't worked together, the Mist Rock Lord wouldn't have been forced to leave. My lord, you should be in bed now, enjoying the pleasure of the Mist Rock Lord's crotch. Gu Qingqing's cheeks were red, and her neck was burning. She said angrily, Li Yuanxiao, you damn thing. A flash of red light turned into a palm print as Gu Qingqing swooped down and slammed it on the sword killer, pushing Yuanxiao back thousands of feet. Just as everyone was covering their mouths and laughing, Gu Qingqing suddenly turned around and left. Not good, stop her. Chu Hongyan was shocked and realized that she had let her guard down. Gu Qingqing had increased her power to the void level and, while everyone was unprepared, broke through the encirclement in a flash and fled thousands of feet away. By the time everyone came to their senses, he had already disappeared. That old witch! Yuanxiao's face darkened. Haha, Gu Qingqing is too smart. I'm afraid it'll be hard to catch her now. Inauthentic smiled and said, It's just an elixir. Young Master Yuanxiao, why do you have to take it to heart? With your luck and destiny, you'll definitely be more successful than Gu Qingqing in the future. Yuanxiao gave a muffled grunt and said nothing. The heavenly fortune pill was related to the recovery of the Ocean Emperor couple's injuries, so he had to get it back. Inantion saw that he was still upset, so he said, "If you're really worried about that pill, you don't have to worry too much. Gu Qingqing stole this pill so that she can use it to break through to a higher realm in the future, so she won't use it in the short term." Yunxiao thought for a moment and found it reasonable. Gu Qingqing would definitely go to the demon sealing land near Yanwu in the future, so it should not be difficult to find her. "Young Master Yumeo, please allow me to Mysterious Separation Island." Yinantian invited him again. Now that the Eternal Realm is open, it will gradually integrate into the Heavenly Martial Realm. Yunxiao declined. There will be many opportunities to go to Mysterious Separation Island in the future. I've been seriously injured in the battle with the Misty Rock Master just now, and I want to return to Yanwu to recuperate first. After I've fully recovered, I'll go to Mysterious Separation Island. Yinantian was displeased. He said, "Young Master Yunxiao, do you have any opinions about Xianli Island? Even if there are bad rumors in the outside world, they're just rumors. Our ancestor was a general under the command of the Lord Universe God back then, and he was only interested in the owner of the Divine Realm Tablet. Young Master Yunxiao, you're not giving him any face by rejecting him again and again." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yinantan, you are overthinking it. The king of the Eastern region is the leader of the Demon Sealing War. I also admire him very much. But I really don't have much time, so I plan to go to Fanyao territory and then return to Yanwu." Yinantian was shocked and said, "You're going to Lady Lin's place?" "That's right," Yunxiao said. "I heard that Fanyao has a Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather, and Fani is a Heavenly Phoenix's nirvana body. If I can get it, I will be like a tiger with wings." Yinantian stayed silent for a while and then said, "All right, since you're going to Lady Lin's place, I won't invite you anymore. If young Master Yunxiao is free in the future, I hope that you can come to Mysterious Separation Island for a while. As for Lady Lin's group, you should be careful. However, Fani possesses the nirvana body of the Heavenly Phoenix, so I believe Lady Lin will not make things too difficult for you." "Be careful? What do you mean?" Yunxiao's eyebrows twitched. "What do you mean?" Yinantian laughed and said, "As the commander of the monster race, Lady Lin doesn't like to see humans. There have been many human experts who have entered her territory by mistake and never returned." Their expressions changed slightly, and the referee also looked worried and absent-minded. "I see," Yunxiao said. "Thank you for your advice, my lord." Yinantian waved his hand and said, "You guys can go." "Then Yi Fan," Yunxiao said. Yinantian replied, "Of course, you will follow me back to Xianli Island." "That's good," Yunxiao said. "With the inheritances of your excellency and the king of the eastern region, I believe Yi Fan will make great progress. When we meet again in the future, I'm sure he will have a whole new level of respect for me." Yinantian smiled, as if he had an indescribable feeling, and then watched Yunxiao and the others leave. A moment later, Yunxiao and the others disappeared at the end of the void. Yinantian pondered for a long time before he sighed and said, "Let's go back." He waved his hand, and Noah's ship suddenly began to spin, turning into a huge golden warship. Zhu Jun and Meng Zhua hurriedly jumped in as well. The battleship flickered and disappeared. Yunxiao and the others flew north. After a while, Fani finally could not help but ask, "My husband, I saw that you kept rejecting Master Yinantian. Is there something you want to hide?" The rest of the people also listened carefully. They knew Yunxiao well, and they did find him a little strange. A strange look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he shook his head slightly and said, "I just remembered that I met the king of the western regions, Bei Jinghong, when I was in the seal of the 33 heavens. You mean to say that the king of the eastern region might also be harboring evil intentions?" Bei Minknen frowned. Yunxiao shook his head. "I can't say for sure. After all, I don't know him well. However, even for those who understand him, who can guarantee that there are no changes after 100,000 years?" Bai Mingnan's heart moved. "Could it be Baiyan?" Yunxiao nodded and said, "It's Lord Lingmu Di who asked me not to go for the time being. I also have my own considerations. If I hadn't met the Misty Rock Master, I would have been able to go anywhere in the world. However, ever since he met the Misty Rock Master, he understood that there were still Blessed Realm experts in this world, and they were simply too terrifying. If the king of the eastern region has any ill intentions, none of us will be able to leave this island alive. Chu Hongyan said, I'll also think Fei Yang's decision is right. It's better to be careful. However, this Fan Yao Tao Wu. Yun Xiao smiled. Back then, I obtained the Buddhist demon sacred art, so I have a chance with her. Besides, I heard Lord Mudi say that I can try to ask for the phoenix feather. There might be a slim chance. Really? Fanny was overjoyed and became excited. If she could obtain the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather, she would definitely be able to break through to the divine sovereign realm and even cultivate to the higher void realm. Yun Xiao smiled wryly. Lord Lingmudi only said that there's a slim chance. It's not certain yet. Let's go there first. Everyone was filled with hope as they flew through the sky. Only he had an unsightly expression on his face, as if he had a lot on his mind. At this moment in the divine realm tablet, in the sky above the domain where Lingmudi was, a part of Yunxiao's soul materialized and slowly fell into the hole. In the center of the territory, there were two huge stone peaks that were hundreds of meters tall. Lingmudi and Bei Jinghong were each sitting on a stone peak, as if they were cultivating with their eyes closed. Bei Jinghong's face was ruddy and full of blood. It seemed that he had recovered his cultivation. However, when he used his divine sense to probe, he was directly blocked by a force. Even his wondrous spiritual eyes could not see through his actual situation. Yun Xiao speculated that he must still be injured. After all, the injury he suffered in the 33 heavens was almost fatal, and it would not be so easy to recover. You're here. Lingmudi opened his eyes and made a hand seal, teleporting to the foot of the mountain peak. Yes, Yun Xiao said. My lord has sent a message. How could I not come? Lingmudi suddenly smiled and said, Do you blame me? You're blaming me for not telling you about all the things I've done? You must have your own thoughts, my lord, Yun Xiao said indifferently. I dare not blame you. Hee hee. Lingmudi wagged his finger and laughed. You're not sincere. I didn't tell you many things before because the time wasn't right. Now is the time? Yun Xiao asked. Now is the time? Hee hee, you can say that you've arrived, or you can say that you haven't. But since you've lost your patience, I'll tell you. Lingmudi's expression gradually turned serious as he said, I know something about the demon sealing war. Yun Xiao glanced at Bei Jinghong, who was on the opposite stone peak. It doesn't matter. Bei Jinghong was also a person who experienced this battle. Lingmudi said with a smile. All right, Yun Xiao said. I'm all ears. I hope you can tell me more about the creation realm and the 100 tribulations realm. Lingmudi said, As the name implies, the creation realm is to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. When one reaches the completion of the 10 realms, he can be called a creation expert. It's almost the limit of human strength. In the battle with the Misty Rock Master just now, you should have experienced how powerful that power was. I did, Yun Xiao said with a dark face. And I almost died. Haha. I also never thought that there would be someone else in the world who can reach the manifestation stage other than us old fellows who haven't died. TSK. This person was truly the most talented in 100,000 years. If it was back then, there might be another world king. Lingmudi praised from the bottom of his heart. Then what's the world king realm? Yun Xiao asked. How can one reach that level? Lingmudi rolled his eyes at him and said, You're asking me. Who should I ask? However, you can ask Lady Lin later. Perhaps she'll be in a good mood and explain it to you. When he mentioned Fan Yaolin, his expression became extremely respectful. Why is Yi Qingyu more terrifying than Lin? Yun Xiao asked in confusion. Why is he more terrifying than Lin? Aren't the 4 kings of the 4 regions comrades on the same level? Lingmudi chuckled and subconsciously glanced at Bei Jinghong. Coincidentally, Bei Jinghong also seemed to be touched by this sentence and opened his eyes. The two looked at each other. Bei Jinghong grunted and closed his eyes again. No Lingmudi shook his head slightly and said, The so-called kings of the 4 regions are about the same as your current 7 major sections. The Myriad Stars Valley and the Soul Devourer sect are still at odds with each other. It was just that brothers fought against each other from beyond the wall. Back then, the Devil Master crossed the boundary and shook the world. This caused the experts in the world to join forces and resist the foreign enemy under the command of the world deity. For example, this king of the western regions. He wasn't a good person in the past. If it wasn't for the invasion of the demon lord, this old man might have killed him with a few other friends. Old man Lingmu Di, you make it sound like you're a good bird yourself. Bei Jinghong's eyes widened and shot out a sharp light. He shouted angrily, "You want to kill me? You can try now." "Hee hee. It's been so many years," laughed Lingmu Di. "No matter how much I dislike you, it's all in the past. Now that I'm trapped in this puppet, my cultivation can no longer be restored, and I'm no match for you." Humph! Bei Jinghong's anger subsided a little, and he continued to close his eyes. Lingmu Di continued, "I don't have a deep friendship with Yi Qingyu. He's neither good nor evil. I can't say whether he's good or bad. He hasn't done anything good, but he hasn't done anything bad either. However, 100,000 years have passed, so I don't know how it has changed. According to Yi Nantian, he still has his cultivation, so he's a master of the fate realm. That's why I told you to be careful and not to see him so soon." Yun Xiao frowned. "I used to be the all-powerful martial emperor vanquisher, and now I'm a candidate for the position of universe god. It's not good for me to be beaten up like this and run away at the drop of a hat. Is it?" Lingmu Di glared at him and said, "Then you'll have to work harder, suffer more, and cultivate. It's fine if you get beaten up, but don't drag me into it and make me suffer with you." Yun Xiao coughed awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's continue talking about the sealing of the fiend. What about Fan Yaolin?" Ling Moody said, "Lady Lin is naturally the demon emperor from back then. She entered the 100 Tribulations realm with her exceptional talent. She was really brave in that battle. Her contributions cannot be denied. I've always thought that Lady Lin had fallen long ago, but I didn't expect that she would still have a clone left. It's truly a blessing for the world." "Since this person is so righteous," Yun Xiao said, "why don't we ask her to come out and recruit the current demon tribesmen? They will be another backbone force when the time comes." Lingmu Di was stunned for a moment, then muttered, "Kid, you're quite intelligent. This plan is excellent, but it will depend on Lady Lin's decision. The power of the current demon race could not be underestimated. The demon sovereign Huang had used his true spirit of nothingness as his host, and his strength had directly reached the peak of the Void Realm. He had also attained the peak of the Void Realm after thousands of years of good fortune from the Five-Cloud Mountain. There was also that demon called Shang, who had refined the holy weapon, the Armillary Sphere. He was definitely not an easy opponent. The demon race's current prosperity should also be related to the operation of the heavenly Tao. In your opinion, my lord, how is the strength of the heavenly martial realm compared to 100,000 years ago?" Yun Xiao asked. "If the demonic monarch comes again, do you have any chance of winning?" Lingmu Di shook his head. "Of course not. Back then, there were 4 world kings. I'm afraid there's not a single one in the world today. Aside from the kings of the 4 regions, there are more than 10 people in the Blessed Realm, and you can probably count them with one hand." "Yes," Yun Xiao nodded. "I'm afraid there's no one else besides Yi Qingyu, the Lanyan Lord, and Lin." He glanced at Bei Jinghong intentionally or unintentionally. Lingmu Di knew that he was asking, so he said, "I don't know how Bei Jinghong was before, but he is now seriously injured. Unless he takes the heavenly fortune pill, it will be difficult for him to recover to his peak." "Humph. Of course. I'm at the creation realm," Bei Jinghong rebuked angrily. Then, his face turned gloomy and said, "It's best if we have the heavenly fortune pill, but if we don't, it's fine if we can find the supreme mystical qi." Yun Xiao was taken aback, but he immediately understood. Bei Jinghong must have discovered something. The Kunwu divine tree transformed into a fairy named Kunwu was in the Lingmu flute's domain. He must have noticed something. He thought to himself then, the Kunwu divine tree said that it only had a trace of it and gave it all to me. I don't know if it's true or not. Since Bei Jinghong said so, could he have discovered the existence of the Tai Celestial? Yun Xiao looked around and seemed to see the figure of Xiao Wu in a corner, but he disappeared in a flash. The Great One Celestial Qi was born from the birth of heaven and earth and the chaos of the universe. It was the power of the origin of Tao and was one. After that, it split into two, and the two were yin and yang, and the cycle repeated endlessly. And then two gave birth to three, giving birth to three kinds of extremely powerful qi, and demonic qi was one of them. That was why the Great One Celestial Qi was the origin of the world. It could heal all living things and could also be refined by all living things. However, it was extremely difficult. The Kunwu divine tree had existed since the creation of the world, but it had only refined 2 wisps of it. One wisp had been used by it, and the other had been given to Yun Xiao. But now Yun Xiao suspected that the fat boy, Xiao Wu, was lying. Perhaps there was a third, or even a fourth, trace of the mist. If they could have this, the Ocean Emperor couple's injuries could also be healed. It seems that the little fatty is not honest. When Lord Mu Lingdi is not here, I'll have to interrogate him. Yun Xiao thought to himself. King of the Western regions, you must be dreaming. If I had the Great One Celestial Qi, my soul power would also be nourished, Ling Mu Di said with dissatisfaction. Not only would I be able to recover, but I would even be able to advance to the next level. If there really was such a thing, would it even be your turn? Bei Jinghong's face turned red. He snorted and didn't speak anymore. Yun Xiao also understood that Bei Jinghong had most likely fallen to the void tier at this moment. If he could not find heaven-defying things like the heavenly fortune pill and the supreme mystical qi, he would have to stop at the void tier for the rest of his life. He would be very lucky if he could keep his cultivation base from falling. It seems that you're right, Yun Xiao said. There should only be 3 creation realm experts left. But, judging from Yinanshan's attitude, as long as he has enough rules of 10 directions, he should have a very good chance of breaking through to the creation realm. Ling Mu Di said, That's not good. I hope that the 10 rules will return to the world and bring about earth-shaking changes. A large number of strong cultivators will be created. Otherwise, if we can't survive this demonic tribulation, his smile was a little cold, and the meaning of his words was very clear. If they couldn't pass the demonic tribulation, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would be finished. Ha! What a joke! Bei Jinghong laughed. It's not like you don't know how brutal the demon-sealing war was back then. With these small fries now, they want to experience the demonic tribulation with only 3 creation realm experts. Ling Mu Di, was your brain damaged back then? Ling Mu Di ignored his sarcasm and said seriously, I don't think so. I'm still quite optimistic about the demonic tribulation this time. Now that the rules of 10 directions have returned to the world, a large number of experts will certainly be born, and the number of creation realm experts will definitely increase to more than 5. Besides, Li Yunxiao has the Divine Realm tablet, so I'm also optimistic that he will break through to the 100 Tribulations realm. Even if he can reach the Realm King, what's the use? There were 4 World Kings back then, Bei Jinghong said sarcastically. If the Demon Master hadn't suddenly split into 2, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. Don't forget, Ling Mu Di said. The reason why a Devil Master is called a Devil Master is that a Devil Lord who has reached the realm of a World King can refine a 6 Paths Devil weapon. Only then can he be a Devil Master. However, the 6 Paths demonic armament had been trapped in the realm of heavenly martial arts for 100,000 years. In other words, in the current Devil world, even if a Devil Lord in the World King realm appeared, he would not be able to become a Devil Master. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, has the Divine Realm Tablet, a heavenly saint artifact of this realm. As long as he can break through to the realm of World King, he can suppress all fiends. When Bei Jinghong heard this, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't refute it. He could only say, That's just your wishful thinking. First of all, this kid has to really reach the realm of World King. Even if the Divine Realm Tablet chooses him, the difficulty will not be lower than you and I. Where there's a will, there's no need to think about it now, said Ling Mu Di. If we can't pass this tribulation, we'll all be finished with the realm of heavenly martial arts. Bei Jinghong was silent for a while. I don't know what Yi Qingyu is thinking right now. With the power he has, he's probably the best in the world. If he can help Yunxiao, he might have a chance of winning, but if he has his own plans, things will be even more difficult. Yes, that's why I think it's better for Yunxiao not to see him for the time being until he has the ability to protect himself. If you die, Lingmu Di looked at Yunxiao and said, I don't know if there's enough time for the Divine Realm tablet to choose another master. Fuck. I thought Your Excellency was concerned about my life. It turns out that Your Excellency is concerned about the master of the Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao was extremely depressed and said indignantly, Hehe, you are the master of the Divine Realm tablet. Is there a difference between the two? Lingmu Di said indifferently. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, I just want to improve my strength as soon as possible. He had originally thought that the Void Realm was the limit of this realm, and that his physical body had already reached the Integration Realm, which was equivalent to the sky-wielding Immortal Realm. He was only one step away from the peak. Only now did he know that he had only reached the middle of the mountain, or even just at the foot of the mountain, which made him feel a sense of defeat and urgency. Don't worry, Lingmu Di said. Now that you've obtained the Purple Gold Thunder Tribulation Pill, left behind by Master Yifan, you can temper your acquired thunder body. With the Northern Y Dharma Heavenly Pill, you'll definitely be able to step into the Divine Sovereign Realm. That way, your cultivation will catch up to your physical body strength, and you'll be basically invincible in the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm. I've never been worried about the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm. What about Void Realm and Creation Realm? Yunxiao asked with a frown. In fact, he only needed the Purple Gold Thunder Tribulation Pill, and he was confident that he could break through to the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm. He could keep the Baiguang Heavenly Dharma Pill as a backup just in case. If you want to break through to the Void Tier, you have to go back to Yanwu and comprehend it in the 10 rules. Only then can you get twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, it will take too long. You can wait, but I can't. When we get out of the realm of eternal life, immediately return to Yanwu and cultivate in seclusion. Lingmu Di said. It's best if you can cultivate to the Void Divine Realm before coming out. Void Extreme Mo Gugu Yunxiao's eyes flickered. It was already a done deal for him to break through to the Divine Sovereign Realm. Now that he had a few divine pills with him, and with the advantage of Yanwu, he was quite confident in breaking through to the Void Divine Realm. He also had a hint of hope in his heart for reaching the Blessed Realm. Back then, the Maha-Ancient God technique was shattered by the realm power, and there were 4 chapters that were closest to it. The Great Realm, Great Yen, the Sun, and Absolute Beginning were all in his hands. However, he hadn't fully comprehended them yet. As long as he was able to merge the 4 divine techniques together, not only would he have a chance to reach the Creation Realm, but he would also have a chance to reach the 100 Tribulations Realm. Lingmu Di continued, The physical technique you're practicing now is Xiao Fengsan's light glass body. This physical technique can lead you straight to the Dharmakaya realm. You just have to follow it and practice. By then, both my cultivation and physical body will be in the creation realm, and my chances of reaching the 100 Tribulations Realm King will be higher. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. Did Lord Xiaofeng can really die back then? What? Lingmu Di and Bei Jinghong were stunned at the same time. Lingmu Di said, Why would you ask that? Naturally, he's dead. Yunxiao still looked a little suspicious as he said, Are you sure? Haha. Lingmu Di chuckled. Do you think that Xiao Fengcan is still alive just because the kings of the Eastern, Western, and Northern territories are still here? That's one of the reasons, Yunxiao said, but not entirely. Moreover, since Lord Xiao Fengcan was a Dharmakaya of the creation realm, his chances of survival should be higher. Even if he's dead, his body is undying. Where did it go? Lingmu Di was stunned for a moment, then muttered, Xiao Fengcan is indeed dead. This is definitely true. Back then, I saw with my own eyes that he was slapped to death by the Devil Lord. Even the Heavenly Fortune Pill and Supreme Mystical Chi couldn't have saved him. One had to know that medicine could not cure an illness. If one really died, there was nothing they could do unless they used a soul cultivation technique like the Great Expansion Divine Technique and had a certain chance of reincarnating. As for where you said his physical body went to, I really don't know about Lao AI. Back then, it was so chaotic. Who would pay attention to his physical body? Yunxiao's brows furrowed even more tightly, as if he had encountered some difficult problem. What exactly made you have such thoughts? Lingmu Di asked, puzzled. Then, do you know this man, my lord? Yunxiao asked. He flicked his finger and a fluorescent light shot out. It slowly spread out in front of the Lingmu flute and turned into a water curtain, and a scene appeared inside. The scene seemed to be from a person's point of view. They walked carefully in the cave, and the path ahead slowly opened up. There was a faint light, and the light was getting stronger and stronger. Then the scene inside the cave appeared. The four walls and the sky were inlaid with pearls that emitted a dim light. There were thousands of them, and they were all moon pearls from the East Sea. In the middle of the cave, there seemed to be a black shadow sitting cross-legged. The owner of the view seemed to tremble and said in fear, "Who are you?" The black shadow didn't respond. Only its messy appearance could be seen, and an extremely sloppy feeling came from it. The owner of the camera focused for a moment, and the view in front of him slowly became clear. The appearance of the black shadow gradually became clearer. He had thick eyebrows and wide eyes, a dignified big face, and clear facial features. However, his face was covered with mud. Xiaofeng Can, Lingmu Di and Bei Jinghong both cried out involuntarily. The two of them were stunned and somewhat lost in thought. Bei Jinghong jumped down from the stone peak and put his face close to the water curtain. His eyes were almost touching the water curtain. After carefully observing for a while, he said in a deep voice, "It is indeed Xiaofeng Can. It can't be fake." Lingmu Di was also in a daze. Looking at the familiar face that had died long ago, he said, "What's going on this scene is what the Prince of Firecrow, Xian Ruyu, saw. Back in Yanwu, I found Xian Ruyu's strength a little strange. So I searched his soul, and these scenes are in his memory. Who am I, Ingluo?" In the water screen, Xiaofeng opened his mouth and muttered in a hoarse voice, "Who am I, Ingluo?" "That's right. Who are you? Why are you here?" Xian Ruyu was a little nervous and afraid. The other party's strength seemed to be unfathomable, but he also looked like a madman. His courage gradually grew, and he said, "Do you know that this is the Firecrow Empire's Heavenly Jewel Sect, and I am the Prince of the Firecrow Empire?" Heavenly Jewel Sect looks down on Prince Xuanji of Firecrow Empire. Xiaofeng Can muttered to himself for a while, as if he didn't understand, and lowered his head in silence. In the water screen, the two of them seemed to be talking, but no sound came out. The scene after that began to become blurry. It was because when Yunxiao searched Xian Ruyu's memory, it was very difficult to read all of it, and a large number of memories had been fragmented. However, the scene of the two of them meeting seemed to have left a deep impression on Xian Ruyu, which was why it was preserved in its entirety. What's going on? It doesn't make any sense. Lingmu Di pondered for a while with his hand on his chin, then said, "Xiaofeng Can is indeed dead. I saw it with my own eyes." "Li Yunxiao, do you know where he is now?" "No." Yunxiao shook his head. "I went to the Heavenly Jewel Sect again, but I couldn't find him." This is a little strange, but it might not be a bad thing. If Xiaofeng Can really isn't dead, then our strength will increase by quite a bit." Lingmu Di thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out the key. "In my opinion, Xiaofeng Can didn't die back then. He just lost his memory," Bei Jinghong suddenly said. "The possibility is very low," said Lingmu Di. "If so, why did it only appear now after 100,000 years? This swan and I might have appeared a long time ago, and we've only just discovered it." Bei Jinghong frowned. "No." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. Look at his disheveled appearance. It's as if he had just been dug out of the soil. And if it had existed since a long time ago, the appearance of such an expert in the southern region would not have been able to hide the news." It's indeed interesting. I thought of another possibility, but I need more evidence, so I won't mention it for now. If this matter can develop in a good direction, it will be extremely beneficial to us, but the most important thing now is to work hard to improve our cultivation base. If you die, then this old man will be in a mess. Lingmu Di said earnestly, but his words made Xiao feel a little depressed. After that, Xiao recalled his clones and returned to his main body, then headed north at full speed toward the Fan Demon Forbidden Land. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the void ahead, as if it was breaking through the waves. Ripples spread out in the darkness, forming 5 concentric circles. Gradually, 5 figures emerged from them and blocked the way of Xiao and the others. "Stop! How dare you break into this forbidden area?" One of the 5 men, a black-robed man, shouted. He had a mustache on his lips and triangular rat-like eyes that were very sharp. Xiao scanned the 5 with his divine sense. He found it strange that they were all human powerhouses with different cultivation bases. The 2 in the middle were in the realm of divine sovereign, while the 3 beside him were only in the realm of truth. The 3 people at the back were all furious. The tall and thin man on the left angrily rebuked. "You dare to underestimate us. You only have the cultivation base of the true immortal realm, right?" "And that's true, Ingluo." "Oh?" Xiao stroked his chin and asked, "Is that the cultivation place of Demon Empress Lin from 100,000 years ago?" The black-robed man's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Since you know that this is Lady Lin's forbidden area, you still dare to barge in. Do you really not want to live? Let's not talk about whether I want to die or not," Xiao said with a smile. "As humans, why are the 5 of you guarding the gate for the demons?" The 5 of them were embarrassed and angry, but they didn't know how to refute. In fact, the 5 of them had all heard about the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather and came from all directions to rob them. Then, Lao Ai had become the guard of the courtyard. "It's none of your business, you're looking for death," the black-robed man with the mustache shouted angrily. He grabbed a bronze-colored big knife and waved it to attack. Xiao had touched their sore spot, and the other 4 men were also furious. They each took out their weapons and followed behind the black-robed man. "Everyone, please calm down. I have misspoken. We have a matter to discuss with Lady Lin. Please inform her that we have an old friend here." Xiao did not want to fight with them, so he took a few steps back and dodged the attack of the mustached man. But his opponent ignored him. He waved his saber so tightly that it formed a thin light shield that flickered a few feet around Xiao, but he could not get close to him. The mustached man was also shocked and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me fair and square." The other 4 also found their own opponents and began to fight. The Divine Sovereign Justice Realm expert fought against Chu Hongyan, while the other 3 people fought against Luo Yunxiang, Feini, and Beimang Nan. The judge was left standing with his arms crossed, looking on with an expressionless face. Xiao was also a little angry. "Don't go too far, sir." "Humph. Too much? We're doing this for your own good. If Lady Lin had personally taken action, you would have been dead without a corpse." The mustached man's blade danced even faster, and he became even more anxious. He believed that Xiao only had the cultivation base of the truth realm and was no match for him at all, so he had to rely on his movement technique to dodge. "You're unreasonable," Xiao snapped and sneered. "Even if Lady Lin were to personally take action, she would only be able to turn the few of us into guards. How could we not even have a corpse?" He stopped his movement technique to dodge and directly kicked the blade. "Dang!" He touched the back of the saber with the tip of his foot and immediately changed the trajectory of the saber. The saber missed its target and turned into a beam of light that fell to Xiao's side. "Damn it!" The mustached man was furious. Xiao poked his sore spot again, and his eyes burst with killing intent. Originally, the 5 of them were experts of their respective generations. After entering the realm of eternal life, they heard about the true plume of the heavenly phoenix and couldn't wait to come. The 5 of them had been suppressed for a long time, and their tempers had also become extremely violent. However, Fan Yao's reputation was too great. For many years, no one had dared to enter the forbidden area, so they could not find an outlet to vent. Now, not only did someone come, but he also hit their sore spot. Moreover, he was only a young boy in the returning to reality realm. The mustached man roared several times as he waved his saber, which transformed into 7 saber shadows and slashed at Xiao from different directions. It was as if 7 people were wielding their sabers at the same time. The head, shoulders, chest, lower plate, and other places were all slashed by large blades. With a cold look on his face, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand. With a flash of golden light, he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, each of which formed a sword gesture and pointed at the golden light. What? The mustached man was shocked by the Transcendent's golden body's divine power. Bang, bang, bang. Then his arm sank, and the saber was hit by 7 sword gleams. The saber trembled and wavered. The mustached man was both shocked and angry. His opponent was only at the return to true realm, but he could resist his blade light. With a furious roar, he held the blade in front of him with both hands. A large number of golden runes flew out from the blade and condensed into the shadow of a golden beast. Psychic ancient blade slash. The mustached man roared, and the beast shadow was like the incarnation of a blade. It roared and attacked. The man's body also flashed, following behind the beast, almost sticking together, man and blade becoming one. Xianxia's 6 arms were performing incantation gestures, and his eyes were incomparably clear as he watched the blade beast fly toward him without any ripples. In his previous life, his cultivation had been stuck at the divine sovereign justice realm, and he had thought that he would reach the end after crossing this hurdle. During the Battle of 5 Cloud Mountain, he learned that the ultimate void realm existed in the world, which was the peak realm under the sky. Only after meeting the Misty Rock Lord did he realize that there was fortune above the Void Realm and the 100 Tribulations Realm King above the 10 Directions Realm. At that moment, his vision was already set on the distant World King Realm. His Tao heart was extremely firm, and the power below the divine sovereign justice realm could no longer shake his mind. Xianxia's extreme silence attracted the judge's sidelong glance, and surprise and ripples appeared in his eyes. A large amount of golden light and runes flew out of Xianxia's 6 arms. When the blade beast was hundreds of feet away, 3 giant palm imprints formed and merged into one in the air. What? The mustached man's heart trembled as he immediately sensed the power of this move. However, he was confident that his cultivation level was higher than the other parties by a level, and he himself was also a peerless expert who rarely lost, so he didn't believe that he would lose. With a furious roar, he poured all his strength into the blade. The blade beast grew even larger, and its roar became even louder as it rushed over. However, a dragon's roar shook the sky and drowned out the roar. As the 3 seals combined, tens of millions of runes danced in the sky and actually condensed into the shape of a dragon that roared through the 9 heavens. The dragon turned around and its body spiraled up. It was extremely intelligent as it charged towards the blade beast. Boom! The golden light exploded, and before the blinding light could cover the eyes of the people, the blade beast let out a blood-curdling screech and was destroyed by the dragon. Then, the dragon's body hit the back of the blade, and the mustached man spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden light from the impact immediately spread out, illuminating hundreds of acres of the sky and swallowing all the sight. On the other side, the 4 of them were also in a tough battle. As the golden light exploded, the 4 of them were greatly shocked and immediately caught off guard. They quickly retreated several thousand feet before they managed to escape from the battle. What's going on? It's the sentient ancient saber slash. Isn't that kid at the returning to reality realm? He actually forced Elder Zhu to use his trump card. No matter what, even an ordinary divine sovereign justice wouldn't be able to withstand such a slash. Old Zhu killed one first, and the pressure on us will be reduced. They're completely finished. And they actually dared to trespass the forbidden area and even dared to speak rudely. They deserve to die. The 4 of them stood thousands of feet away, sneering and ridiculing. They kept looking at Chu Hongyan and the others, implying that it would be their turn later. The rumbling within the golden light continued for a moment before gradually dissipating. The dazzling golden light also slowly faded, revealing the scene within. The mustached man still maintained his posture of holding the knife, but it seemed a little thin and slightly trembled in the wind. The blood that had accumulated in his chest finally spurted out. The mustached man was like a kite with a broken string, like a piece of paper, floating behind him. Ah, Elder Zhu. The other 4 men were stunned for a moment before they turned pale with fright. One of them flew up and supported Elder Zhu, flying back. The 4 of them looked at the injuries on his body in disbelief. There was almost no intact skin on his body, and blood was oozing out of his major acupuncture points and main meridians. The large blade was still in his hand, but it had lost its spirituality and was now dull. Xianxia had also returned to his normal body. His arms were a little numb, and his veins were bulging on his skin, covered in sweat. All of his spiritual energy had been poured into the incantation seal, and his entire body had been sucked dry by the dragon shape, which strengthened his determination to speed up and move forward. Chu Hongyan and the others immediately teleported to his side to protect him. To avoid worrying the girls, Xianxia said, "I'm fine," she said. Then, he looked at the 4 people in the distance and said, "We only wish to see Lady Lin, and we also have an old acquaintance of Lady Lin's. May I trouble the 4 of you to report this? You've severely injured Elder Zhu, and we're all injured as well." One of them rebuked. "You're dreaming if you want us to report this to you. You should be powerhouses who have shaken the entire heavenly martial realm," Xianxia said coldly. "How can you say such childish words? If what I said just now was a fool's dream, then the 4 of you will be in danger." The 4 of them were startled, and only then did they come to their senses. They suddenly realized that they had been locked on by the other party, and as long as they didn't agree, they were afraid that a storm of attacks would come. Cough, cough. Let's talk this out. The 4 of them were finally enlightened. Which one of them wasn't an old fox? It was just that they had been lonely for a long time, and they had lost their heads in anger, so they acted on impulse. "I've said all the good things," Xianxia said. "I only have the bad things left. Hee hee. Good advice is always unpleasant to the ear. We were foolish." A divine sovereign justice realm expert immediately admitted defeat and cupped his fists in apology. "Hee hee, it's fine. Stop the horse at the edge of the cliff and turn back." Xianxia also became polite. As the saying went, "You should look at the master before you hit the dog." If he taught these 5 a lesson, he would not be able to explain it to Lin later. "Please rest here for a while. I'll go and inform Lady Lin," the man said. The other 3's faces turned strange. They all sneered, looking at them as if they were dead. That person smiled and turned to leave. In his heart, he was scolding himself for being stupid. Why didn't he just let Lin, that pervert, take care of these people? Why did he have to put them in such a sorry state? Elder Zhu had even almost lost his life. At the thought of Lin's terrifying power, the man shuddered and could not help but quicken his pace. In a few steps, he had disappeared into the void. The remaining 3 were vigilantly guarding against Xianxia and the others while healing Elder Zhu. But the injury was too severe, so they could only stop the bleeding bit by bit. With compassion, Xianxia threw some healing medicine over. The 3 of them were initially against it, but after carefully observing the medicine, they finally relaxed and gave it to Elder Zhu. After staying here for tens of thousands of years, he had already eaten all the medicinal pills and heavenly treasures he had on him. He was so poor that he could hear the sound of clanking. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a golden light suddenly appeared 10,000 feet in front of him. It spread out like water, vast and boundless, penetrating heaven and earth and covering 1,000 li. Within the golden wave, dense clouds rose and dispersed, revealing a heavenly abode. Inside, a cool breeze blew gently. The moon was bright and clear, and the waves were sparkling. It was actually a realm of immortals. There was a palace standing on the golden wave. It seemed to be very close, but also as far as the end of the world. The 3 guards were so stunned that their mouths were wide open. They could not believe that Lin would open the forbidden area and reveal the palace. Not only did he agree to let everyone in, but he also opened the palace gates to welcome them. The person who had gone in to report the news appeared on the golden wave with a similar look of disbelief on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Everyone, Lady Lin has invited you." As soon as he said that, The three men were dumbfounded as they watched Xiao and the others enter the hall while laughing. "Thank you." Xiao cupped his fists and said. He entered happily. Lin's grand welcome didn't seem to be disgusting. Perhaps there was even hope for the heavenly phoenix True Plume. They stepped into the golden wave joyfully and immediately felt that it was a different world. The entire climate was different from the eternal world. It transformed into three beautiful colorful lights in the sky and condensed into the shape of phoenix feathers. It was like a peacock spreading its tail, and the word mountain was floating in the sky. Xiao was taken aback. "The true plume of the heavenly phoenix?" he asked. "They are indeed three heavenly phoenix feathers, but they are not the true tail feather on the tail," Fanny quickly replied. Her face was a little flushed. Ever since she entered this realm, the flow of her blood had more than doubled, like a tired bird returning to its nest. At this moment, he looked at the three phoenix feathers in the sky with an infatuated look in his eyes. He felt boundless warmth shining on his body. It was an indescribable comfort, and he was so touched that he wanted to cry. Subtle changes began to appear on her body. Faint phoenix patterns began to appear on her skin, exactly the same as the pattern on the phoenix feather in the sky. "Fanny, Xiao had also noticed something strange. The shadow of a heavenly phoenix began to appear behind Fanny, and a huge bird seemed to be dormant in the fiery light, ready to break out at any time. A large number of phoenix patterns appeared on Fanny's body, covering her facial features. Divine fire burned from her body and rushed into the sky, forming a huge phoenix shadow in the sky above the palace. Faye and I slowly closed her eyes and sat in the air. She placed one hand in front of her, and the other hand formed a strange seal that looked like a phoenix's head. Chu Hongyan was about to step forward and greet him, but Xiao stopped her and said, "This place is very beneficial to her cultivation, so let's not disturb her. Lady Lin must have sensed Fanny's presence a long time ago, so she won't blame her. Let's go into the palace," Chu Hongyan said. Although Xiao said so, he was still a little worried about leaving Fanny here alone. "Hongyan, Yunshang, you two stay here and watch over Fanny. I'm still afraid of the unexpected." "That's good. I can be more at ease this way." "Yes," Chu Hongyan replied. She exchanged a glance with Luo Yunxi, and both of them smiled. "Okay. Then we'll go first." Xiao immediately took Phoenix and Beimang Nan to the palace. Bai and Lin were both from the monster race, and Beiming Nan was an old acquaintance from 100,000 years ago, so they were not allowed to stay. The towering palace was like a mist or an illusion, as if it had been condensed from water vapor. It floated above the waves of gold, seeming somewhat unreal. The three of them walked to the front of the palace. The door was closed, and there were only two statues of bronze beasts standing on the left and right. "Senior." Xiao cupped his fists and said loudly, "I, Li Xiao, have come to pay my respects to you, Senior." His voice was loud and clear, and it resounded through the hall. However, there was no response. Everything was quiet as usual. Xiao frowned, not knowing what Lin meant. He had no choice but to walk forward, trying to push the door open. "Stop right there," a stern voice shouted. The two copper beasts in front of the door suddenly transformed into two majestic demon men. One of them was completely black with a green face and fangs, while the other had a gray body with a snake-like tail. A powerful aura immediately came from the demon with black fangs on the left. It was like an iron wall that pushed Xiao back. Mo's pupils shrank as he looked at the two demons in shock. He seemed to have recognized them. Xiao's face flickered slightly, but he still cupped his fists and said calmly, "I, Li Xiao, pay my respects to Lady Lin. I've been informed before." The black-robed demon with long fangs sneered. "The one who announced it was Lady Lin's old acquaintance. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Lady Lin's old acquaintance? If you can't give me an explanation, don't even think about going back today." Xiao was extremely depressed. It was only then that he realized that Lin had opened the palace door to welcome an old friend, not him. He had been overthinking it for a while, and he was embarrassed. The eyes of the demon with the gray body and snake tail flickered with a strange light as he stared at Fanny, who was not far away. he said in surprise. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body. It really is the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body. The black-skinned demon with long fangs was also shocked. He said in horror, 100,000 years have passed. Has the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body reappeared? No matter what, this is definitely a huge matter. We must inform Lady Lin. The monster with a gray body and a snake tail said. There's no need. With such a strong reaction, Lady Lin must have already known. The black-skinned demon with long fangs shook his head and said. Both of them were staring at Fanny, completely ignoring Yunxiao and the others. Yunxiao and the other two only felt a little cold and completely lost their sense of existence. Helplessly, they had no choice but to take out the Divine Realm tablet and summon Lingmu Di. A saint artifact. This attracted the attention of the two demon race almighties. After all, saint artifacts were not ordinary items. There were only a few saint artifacts inherited by the demon race for so many years, and now, the only one left was the armillary sphere. So it's can and buy, the two venerable lords, Lingmu Di said with cupped fists. Who are you? The two demons were shocked. They looked at Lingmu Di from head to toe. The demon with black body and long fangs said, It's a soul that's attached to a puppet. Could it be that you're the old man from 100,000 years ago? Yes, I'm Lingmu Di, seeking an audience with Lady Lin. I wonder if Lady Lin and the two sovereigns still remember me? The king of the North region, Lingmu Di. The two of them trembled at the same time, and they immediately became solemn and respectful. I didn't expect Lord Mu Di to end up in such a state, Ken Yao said with a sigh. His words were filled with endless melancholy. Lord Mu Di, please come in. Lord Lin has been waiting for you for a long time, Ken hurriedly said. Lingmu Di and the two demons exchanged a few pleasantries and then went straight to the great hall. The door of the palace opened on its own, and Yunxiao and the other two followed them in. With that, Can and Phoenix no longer stopped them. The hall was originally pitch black, but as they walked in, it gradually brightened. It wasn't big inside, but it was exquisite and elegant, with a warm feeling. Lingmu Di has come to pay a visit to Lady Lin, Lingmu Di said loudly. On the ground in front of the four of them, a formation suddenly appeared. The green formation light slowly rose and floated in the air without dispersing. A ball of golden light suddenly emerged from it and flickered in the sky above the formation. A faint voice came from the golden light. It was very calm and steady. Lord Mu Di, long time no see. How have you been? Hearing this, Lingmu Di's body trembled. He was obviously very excited. It's been 100,000 years. I can't believe I can still hear Lady Lin's voice. I have no more regrets. Yunxiao looked at it with his wondrous spirit eyes. The golden light was flickering, but there was nothing inside, only a strange demon rune. Lin must have been using a voice transmission technique to speak, but for some reason, she did not appear. This was rather impolite. But back then, Lin was one of the four world kings and also the emperor of 10,000 demons. Her status and strength were both above that of Lingmu Di, so it was reasonable for them to meet like this. Hee. I'm also very pleased to be able to meet an old friend, Lin said with emotion. After that, the hall fell silent, and only the golden light was left, illuminating the surroundings. Lord Mu Di, you didn't come here just to catch up with me, did you? Lin's voice rang out again. To me, meeting Milord is indeed my top priority. However, there are also some small things that came with it. Lingmu Di said with a smile. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me about it. Lin's voice was calm. The two of them were peerless powerhouses who had crossed 100,000 years. Although they were excited to see each other again, they could calm down very quickly. The Devil Lord's seal has been broken, Lingmu Di said seriously. The 10 rules have returned to heaven and earth. The day of the devil tribulation has come again. The golden ball of light spun non-stop, and only after a long while did it speak. My lord, did you come to find me for this matter? In Lin's current state, it was difficult for her to take on the great responsibility of sealing demons. Every era has its own powerhouses, and the powerhouses of each era shoulder the responsibility of each era. The world today no longer belongs to Lin. I don't want Lady Lin to leave the mountain, Ling Moody said. The woman outside the palace must have been sensed by His Excellency. She was the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix. I hope that Milord can give her the heavenly phoenix true tail feather. Yunxiao's face grew solemn as he stared at the golden light, trying to find some clues, but he could not. Lin did not speak for a while. After a long time, she said, "This true tail feather originally belonged to the ancient celestial phoenix, and I was entrusted with the task of safekeeping it." Entrusted by someone? However, Ling Mudi's expression did not change. He blurted out, "Who entrusted it?" "Li Zhu," Lin said after a moment of silence. "It's her." Ling Mudi was greatly shocked, and his face was full of confusion. Since she has the heavenly phoenix true tail feather, why didn't she refine it herself? It's hard to explain the details, and there are some suspicious points that I don't understand, Lin said. Li Zhu entrusted this heavenly phoenix true tail feather to me, so that I could pass it on to someone who could truly evolve into the ancient heavenly phoenix. Isn't that great? The lady outside the hall is the nirvana body of the celestial phoenix, said Ling Mudi with joy. She's already in the true immortal realm. In the future, she won't be any less than Li Zhu. She'll definitely evolve into a real ancient celestial phoenix. Oh, really? Lin said indifferently, her voice clearly filled with disbelief. Of course it is. Fanny is young and intelligent, Yunxiao said loudly. She is also one of the top talents among the heavenly phoenix bloodlines of the past generations, and she has obtained the true phoenix fire. All of this means that she will become a real heavenly phoenix in the future. Hee hee. A faint laugh came from the golden ball of light. Back then, Li Zhu had the 9 Nirvana Phoenix body and obtained the Heavenly Phoenix True Fire, not the ordinary Phoenix True Fire. Even so, in the end, she still didn't become a true Heavenly Phoenix. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, but he could not say anything. If she manages to reach the Fate Realm in the future and complete it, I can give this true plume to her when she's trying to break through to the World King Realm, Lin said. Oh? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. With this true plume, can I break through to the realm of divine kings? Hee hee, it's just a slight increase in the probability. How could the World King God realm be so easy to break through? Otherwise, Li Zhu wouldn't have stagnated in the past. Li Zhu is a great perfection creation realm expert. Yunxiao was even more speechless. Cough cough, Lady Lin. Nah, it's not the same now, Ling Mudi said. The situation is different from 100,000 years ago. There won't be so many world kings and creation realm experts anymore. If Fanny can obtain this true tail feather, he will definitely be able to step into the void realm, which will be of great help to the demonic tribulation. The golden ball of light seemed to have become even brighter. Lin's voice rang out, seemingly a little unhappy. Lord Mudi, I don't understand what you're saying. You want me to use this heavenly phoenix's true tail feather to create a void realm minion? Is this your idea? Ling Mudi was also a little embarrassed. He put his right fist to his lips and coughed 2 times. Lady Lin, the current realm OT heavenly martial arts is not like the one we had in the past. There are not as many powerful warriors as we used to be. Void Extreme God Realm is already an amazing existence. Humph, Ling Mudi, don't talk nonsense. If that's the case, I'd rather refine this true tail feather myself. Even if I give it to Kan or Yuan, the effect will be greater than the return to reality realm heavenly phoenix bloodline outside the hall. Lin seemed to be really angry, and she rebuked him without any restraint. Ling Mudi also had a headache. He thought for a while and said, not only is this woman in a good condition, but she is also a couple with Li Yunxiao, the current successor of the Divine Realm Tablet. She should also be the chosen one by heaven. There are many people chosen by the heavens, but they have to go through great waves and finally survive, Lin said. So much nonsense, to put it bluntly, he's not willing to give it. This true tail feather originally belonged to the heavenly phoenix, so it should naturally belong to the heavenly phoenix bloodline. What kind of logic is it for you to forcefully take away someone else's item? Yunxiao grew impatient and began to reprimand him. Ling Mudi's expression changed drastically, and he said hurriedly, "Don't talk nonsense." The golden ball of light seemed to have dimmed, and no sound came out. Although Ling Mudi had a metal body, his facial features were all squeezed in, and he looked anxious. "I'm not talking nonsense," Yunxiao said. "That's what I mean." You still dare to say that?" Ling Mudi only felt a headache. If he offended Lin, not only would he not be able to get the true tail feather of the Heavenly Phoenix, but he would also leave a bad impression. In addition to the Heavenly Phoenix true tail plume, the more important reason he had asked Yunxiao to come to Lin was to make Lin support Yunxiao's identity as the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. After all, there were only a handful of Fate Realm experts in the world. If he could get Lin's support, Yunxiao's future would be much smoother. The voice came out from the golden ball again. "You're the person the Divine Realm Tablet chose in this era?" Her voice was soft and she didn't seem angry. "Yes," Yunxiao said frankly. The golden ball of light spun a few rounds and said, "A cultivation of the return to reality realm and an harmonization realm body would have been trash 100,000 years ago. However, after hearing Mudi's words, I think he should be able to survive in this era." Ling Mudi was afraid that Yunxiao would talk nonsense again. So after giving him a glare, he hurriedly said, "Hee. It's all right. It's all right." Lin said, "Are the inheritances of this era really so weak? If someone with such qualifications can possess the Divine Realm Tablet, then it makes sense that the woman outside the hall has the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather." Yunxiao, "Hee. If that's the case, then please grant us the feathers," Ling Mudi said hurriedly. "Did I say I was going to give you the real tail feather?" Lin snorted. Ling Mudi was overjoyed. It seemed that there was still hope. He hurriedly said, "The people you see in front of you will be the main force to go through the demonic tribulation in the future. As their seniors, we have survived since 100,000 years ago. We should help them a little." Lin fell silent again. This time, Yunxiao could see that she seemed to be wavering, so he remained silent. After a while, Lin said, "I can give them a chance to try their luck. It can also be considered a test of Heaven's will. If Heaven's will is willing to let me take out my true tail feather, then I have nothing to say." "What test?" Ling Mudi asked in delight. "It's rare for her to come here. I created this heavenly passage and maintained it for 100,000 years, using 12 heavenly phoenix feathers. Now, the 3 feathers I'm maintaining don't have much power left. How much the heavenly phoenix nirvana body can absorb will depend on her luck." Yunxiao's wondrous spirit eyes could see the outside of the hall. Fanny had completely entered a meditative state at the moment, and he would not be able to come out for a while. However, he was not in a hurry at all. The longer he could stay in the meditative state, the more advantage he would have. Moreover, he would have a greater chance of passing Lin's test. "You're the Gray Demon?" Lin's voice rang out again. Richard's body trembled, and he immediately became alert. He knew that Lin had her eyes on him, and he said vigilantly, "Yes, I am. I can see the elemental energy fluctuations on your body. Have you cultivated the sacred technique I left behind?" Lin asked. The referee did not dare to deny it. He cupped his fists and said, "I did inherit it. Thank you, Senior." Yes, he should have just received the inheritance. "You're someone with a certain destiny to be able to obtain my holy art. However, this holy art is tailor-made for my Fan Yao clan. If you cultivate it rashly, I'm afraid you'll eventually go astray. In the end, you'll either be possessed by the devil or die." Lin's voice was calm. "What?" Mo was shocked, anxious, and angry. He gave Yunxiao a look, then stared at the light and said, "Is what Senior said true? What a joke. Why would I lie to you? Of course, there's no need for you to believe me. Just take it as I'm talking nonsense." Mo's expression turned ugly as he cupped his fists. "Then, does Senior have a way to resolve it?" The golden ball of light didn't answer, and its brightness dimmed as if it had become silent. The referee was anxious and angry. He cupped his fists again and said, "Senior, do you have a way to resolve this?" The golden ball of light was still silent. The referee asked a few more times, and the veins on his forehead bulged. But he did not dare to flare up. Of course I know. I just didn't want to tell you. The golden ball of light brightened, and Lin's voice was heard. I hope that Senior can tell me the solution for the sake of the demon race, he said patiently. At this moment, he had no other choice but to be patient. The holy art is all-encompassing, Lin said. Although you'll encounter problems without the Buddhist demon body, as long as you're careful and deal with the problems with your talent and care, you'll be able to better comprehend the power of the holy art. The referee was extremely depressed. He raised his hands above his head and bowed deeply. Lady Lin, stop joking. I hope that for the sake of the demon clan, you can bestow me with a method to resolve this. I see, it seems like you're too afraid of death. As expected, each generation was worse than the last. Then I'll give you a test. If you can pass it, I'll personally pass you the divine art. Lin's voice said. Mo was ecstatic. Thank you, Lady Lin, he said hurriedly. May I know what the test is? You'll find out later, but you have to be prepared. If you fail the test, you might die, Lin said. What? Hang up. The referee was shocked, and he said with a sinister expression, What kind of test is it that I have to bet my life on it? What is your life worth? If you didn't beg me, do you think you have the right to bet? If not for the fact that I'm a member of the demon race, who the hell would even bother with you? Lin mocked. Then, Mo said, Please explain the test in detail, Lady Lin. I'll consider whether to participate or not. No explanation, it's up to you to come or not, Lin said. He had just started cultivating the Buddhist demon sacred art and had not found anything wrong with it. However, she believed Lin's words without a doubt. She was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Ling Mudi didn't care about him, so he stood to the side in silence. Yun Xiao simply closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, waiting for Feini to come out of seclusion. Knowing that these people were taking revenge on him for stealing the pill, he could not help but feel bitter. Not only did he fail to get the heavenly fortune pill, but he had also offended a group of people, and he had to follow Yun Xiao for 10 years. God knew how he would live in the future. Just as he was in a dilemma, elemental energy fluctuations suddenly came from outside the door. The frequency was extremely low, and it seemed to be coming from outside the grotto heaven. However, everyone present was a top-notch expert, and they immediately sensed it. Someone had broken into the forbidden area. Yun Xiao came back to his senses from his meditation and frowned. He did not care who had broken into the forbidden area. What he cared about was whether Feini would be affected. At this moment, she was wantonly devouring the true energy of the heavenly phoenix. It would be a pity if she was interrupted by the fight. He knows that this is Lady Lin's forbidden area, but he still dares to come. Is he a little kid from the realm of heavenly martial arts? Yun Xiao guessed. It's hard to say. The eternal world has been sealed for a long time and everyone lived in peace. Now that the gate is open, everyone is waiting to get out. It's time to repay kindness and revenge. Lin's voice floated out from the golden ball of light and said indifferently, But I don't seem to have offended anyone, because Wu Fu is dead. Yun Xiao and Ling Mudi exchanged a look. They could not sit still any longer, so they came out of the hall in a flash. Can and Phoenix were still standing in front of the palace. They didn't have any expressions on their faces, as if they didn't care about the fight outside. Don't you two plan to go out and teach the intruders a lesson? Yun Xiao asked curiously. The two men did not look like charitable people. Isn't there a guard? If we have to take action for such a small matter, then what's the use of them? The referee's face flashed with ruthlessness. It seemed that the 5 gatekeepers were indeed tragic. Their status was so low that even the demon race looked down on them. Let's go take a look. In order not to disturb Feini's meditation, Yun Xiao and the others immediately went out of the grotto heaven. You go and take a look, Chu Hongyan said to Luo Yunshang. I'll be fine here alone. All right, he said. Yes. Yunshang replied and followed him. When they came out, the 4 of them had just lost their combat power and were captured alive. They were all tied up like rice dumplings, each with a bloody nose and swollen face. "It's you guys." When the two sides saw each other, they both exclaimed in shock. The intruders were Wei Qing and the others. Not only were Wei Qing's forces present, but Luan Yu and Feng Yaoli were also present. Originally, Feng Yaoli had left alone, and Luan Yu had chased after him. But now, for some reason, they were all together, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. "Little brat. It's you." Feng Yaoli also gave a stern cry as he stared at Yunxiao. Yunxiao still had a part of Huado's soul remnant that he needed. What a strange combination! Yunxiao had a strange look on his face as he glanced at Wei Qing, Wei Wuya, Nanfeng Xian, Yao Jinliang, Luo Qingyun, Luan Yu, Feng Yaoli, and the others. Li Yi's face instantly darkened and twisted. Yunxiao had just glanced at so many people, but he did not know whether it was intentional or not that he had missed him. "Li Yunxiao," Wei Qing said in a deep voice. "Why are you here with Fan Yao?" "Then why are you here?" Yunxiao asked. Wei Qing grunted and said, "A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. You must be here for the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather, right? Did you guys succeed?" Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "I didn't succeed. Fan Yao treasures his own broom and is unwilling to let it go." Luan Yu's expression was cold as he said, "You've met Lin?" Yunxiao looked at him in surprise and said, "Wu De Shang. I've always found it strange. Who are you? You even know Lady Lin?" "Humph, Lin is the emperor of all demons. Is it strange to know her? It only shows that you're inexperienced." Luan Yu stared at Yunxiao coldly. "Oh, okay. I'm not very knowledgeable, so you can blame me," Yunxiao said lazily. Luan Yu was greatly angered by his appearance and angrily rebuked. "Where did that wild dragon go?" Yunxiao's eyes immediately turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "I was just about to settle the score with you. Since I have nothing to do today, I'll skin you alive and see who you are." Luan Yu's face twitched slightly before returning to normal. He snorted, "I'm the same as you, the one chosen by the heavens." "Then, why did you pretend to be me again and again?" Yunxiao asked. "You've been deceiving people everywhere and ruining my reputation." "Hee. It was just a spur of the moment. Who asked you to bring me out of the Eastern Sea?" Luan Yu smiled. "The East Sea." Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said in surprise, "You're the first dragon of the Rain Land." Everyone's expression changed. Shilong's name was too well known, and he was one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. Could it be that Shilong is still alive? Everyone thought in shock. "Hee. It's really hard to guess." Luan Yu squinted her eyes and smiled. "It's fine if you can't guess it. You'll find out sooner or later. Our purpose for coming here is very clear. It's for that Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather." "Did you really see Lin?" "Of course I did," Yunxiao said. "Do you think I would lie to you? You don't even have this little bit of trust, how sad." Luan Yu said, "I naturally trust you. I wonder how Lin is doing now." "It's all right," Yunxiao said. "It's pretty good." Luan Yu was a little depressed. A few words were meaningless. Wei Qing, who knew Yunxiao very well, snorted and said, "This person is the best at wrangling. There won't be any result even if we continue to talk. We'd better go in and find the answer ourselves." "You guys go ahead," Feng Yaoli said coldly. "I'm not interested in the true tail feather of the Heavenly Phoenix. I'm only interested in this kid. You don't have any objections to me taking his life, do you?" Wei Qing and the others were taken aback, not knowing what kind of grudge he had with Yunxiao, but they all looked happy. Wei Qing laughed and said, "If you can take his life, that would be the best." Only Luo Qingyun's face was gloomy. He snorted, "I should be the one taking this person's life. When did it become your turn?" He swung the spear in his right hand and pointed it at Feng Yaoli. This gun is not bad. But if you point your weapon at me, you will have to pay with your life." Feng Yaoli's eyes turned cold, as if they were covered in ice. "Luo Qingyun." Wei Qing's expression changed. He immediately grabbed Luo Qingyun's hand and pressed it down, shouting, "Don't mess around." Feng Yaoli's lips curled up in a mocking smile as he said, "If you don't know your place, I'll kill you first, The cold air was like frost, and everyone around could feel it. They couldn't help but take half a step back, all of them extremely afraid of Feng Yaoli. Humph! Luo Qingyun waved his hand and kept the origami bright moon spear. He said, "You can't kill him." Ha ha! Do the weak only know how to tell lies to comfort themselves? Feng Yaoli laughed, then turned and walked toward Yunxiao, his eyes shining with excitement. Wei Qing looked at the houses in the distance and said in a low voice, "Father, it's that demon." "This demon is quite strong." Wei Wuya nodded. "Leave it to me. You guys capture the rest." "All right," he said. Wei Qing acknowledged and then said loudly, "Come with me and take these people down, dead or alive." The group of people followed him into the cave within the Golden Wave. Elder Zhu, who had been seriously injured by Yunxiao, had long disappeared. He had probably been turned into ashes. The 4 people who were bound had all lost their combat strength and were being watched by a powerhouse, so they stood still. "Be careful, everyone," Yunxiao said warily. "These people are not simple." He dodged and moved a few thousand feet away, afraid that the battle would affect the palace and affect Faney's cultivation. After he stood still, the light of the Divine Realm tablet flashed and summoned Buz, the other 2, and the heaven-patrolling bulldog. After all, the 3 of them were peak 9-star experts and could deal with the subordinates that Wei Qing had brought. When the 3 of them saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed greatly, but they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The heaven-patrolling bull took a few steps forward and arrived at Ling Mudi's side. Ling Mudi patted the pair of horns and said, "I'll guard the entrance." "It's too difficult to guard the entrance." Wei Qing's expression was cold. He appeared above the heaven-patrolling bulldog in an instant. His hands danced, forming a huge green handprint that struck down. The heaven-patrolling bull let out a moo and its eyes turned red. Its huge body trembled, and the 2 horns on its head pushed forward. Boom! A pillar of light shot up and shattered Wei Qing's giant palm. The body of the bull appeared in the sky and roared as it pounced. "Damned divine phoenix!" Wei Qing formed a hand seal and slapped it out. With a bang, it hit the heaven-patrolling bulldog's forehead, causing a green light to flash and blocking the impact of the heaven-patrolling bulldog's attack. Then, his left hand formed a seal in the air and pointed forward. White light flew out of his fingertips like a dancing ribbon and tied up the heaven-patrolling bulldog. Ling Mudi's eyes flashed fiercely. He waved his hand and a shadow of a whip flashed in the air, hitting Wei Qing with a boom. Wei Qing's figure immediately exploded into countless pieces, but it was only an afterimage. His real body appeared in the sky and landed on the back of the heaven-patrolling bulldog. He looked at Ling Mudi with cold eyes. The heaven-patrolling bulldog struggled with all its might, but it could not break free from the white halo. If I remember correctly, you should be the king of the North region, Ling Mudi. Why did you end up in such a sorry state? Luan Yu also appeared on the golden wave and walked into the grotto heaven. Ling Mudi held the reverse soul whip in his hand and blocked the way. He said sternly, "Who are you?" Who am I? A small fry like you is not worthy of knowing me." Luan Yu sneered and ignored him as if he was air. He continued to walk forward with large strides. "Sir, leave this person to me." Beimang then wielded his sword and stood in front of Luan Yu, his face expressionless. "Leave it to you? Can you take it?" Luan Yu laughed contemptuously, raised his hand and slapped it over. A dragon claw appeared in the sky and struck down. Eternal sword control. Beifeng Nan didn't dare to be careless. He activated his sword technique and a huge sword-shaped sword shot towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sword-shaped sword was no match for the dragon claw. It was crushed layer by layer and was suppressed. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Beimang Nan immediately retracted his sword and fled. Boom! The place he was standing on was immediately hit by the dragon claw, and an energy vortex burst out, disrupting the golden fluctuations. You can't even take one move. How embarrassing. Luan Yu sneered, only to see the sword shadows around him falling like rain, unceasingly coming. At the same time, it was accompanied by a flash of green light. 7 illusion green damask? It's actually the 5 major poisons of extinction. Guan Yu frowned. Although he was not afraid of this poison, he was more or less afraid of it. Once he was poisoned, it would be a troublesome matter. Thousands of feet away, Yun Xiao was also in a tough battle, forced to retreat by Feng Yaoli's cold sword. The sword that he had been extremely familiar with had become extremely unfamiliar at this moment. Streams of cold air shot out, and the ice seeped into his bones. In Feng Yaoli's hands, the ice sword was even sharper than before, and it seemed to be able to destroy anything. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Hand over Huidou's remnant soul, and I'll spare your life. Although Feng Yaoli was approaching Yun Xiao step by step, he could not suppress him for a while. Neither of them used their full strength, and they were just warming up to each other. Yun Xiao's heart wavered as well. When they first met in the snow country, Feng Yaoli had directly merged the entire snow country into the ice sword, helping it become a holy artifact, and his body could turn into the true body of the calamity. In the last move, he had even used the primordial secret art to suppress his ice fiend heart flame. This person's cultivation, profound level weapon, physical body, and magical powers were all extraordinary. Even an empty realm warrior would not be able to suppress him. Only an existence like the Misty Rock Lord would have a certain chance of victory. However, if he handed over his remnant soul and allowed him to completely refine Huidou's true body, he would be even more difficult to defeat in the future. Therefore, Yun Xiao had no intention of winning from the beginning. He just wanted to stall for time. He did not believe that Lin would allow outsiders to cause trouble in front of her own house. As long as Lin was willing to take action with her creation realm cultivation, these people would not be able to return. You've improved a lot since last time, but it's impossible for you to escape from me. You'd better wake up as soon as possible, and I'll spare your life. Feng Yaoli said unhurriedly. He waved his sword in a grand manner, looking like a grandmaster. It was obvious that he was calm and steady, and he was not in a hurry. Huidou's remnant soul isn't yours. If you can take the body, can't I take some of his remnant soul? Yun Xiao kept dodging, his vigilance increased, and the power of the sword aura increased as well. Haha, of course I did, but it also depends on my strength. Feng Yaoli laughed in anger. Since that's the case, let's see how strong they are. Yun Xiao said casually. This immediately infuriated Feng Yaoli, and he shouted angrily, "You're looking for death. Don't blame me." A plume of cold smoke rose from the frost sword and instantly covered an area of thousands of feet. Yun Xiao was unknowingly shrouded in the white smoke and felt a biting chill. In the white smoke, all kinds of scenes appeared. There were houses and streets, and it was actually a city. It was the snow country. His body swelled up and turned into a body of lightning. He became more than 10 times larger, like a giant spirit. He conjured a lightning spell with one hand, and 2 of his fingers turned purple as he continued to gather power. His other arm was raised high, holding the heavenly hammer, and the Maha ancient character was rolling on it. The 5 elements lightning body is not bad, but you still have to kneel before me. Feng Yaoli's voice was heard. Then, in a flash, he stabbed down with his sword. The entire country of snow trembled as if it had turned into the shadow of the sword and was coming for him. Yun Xiao was horrified. The ice sword was refined by Feng Yaoli, and he had almost complete control over the saint weapon. The terrifying power of the sword was chilling. Even if his body turned into glass, it was difficult to block the cold air from entering his body. Lightning finger. With a loud cry, Yun Xiao thrust out both of his fingers, cutting through the sword chi and touching the tip of the cold sword with a loud bang. Then, the purple thunderbolt grew larger on his fingertip and intertwined with the sword radiance. Yun Xiao felt a sharp pain in his fingers, as if they were about to break. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the back of his hand was covered in a layer of white ice, which had frozen the lightning. Bang! His body of lightning finally could not withstand the nation-destroying sword. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and spiraled up, trying to break through this world and escape. You want to escape? It's too difficult. Feng Yaoli's eyes turned cold, and his sword intent rose again, chasing after the lightning. Frost danced in the air across the entire snow country, and the sky was filled with cold air. Xianxia could not help but feel his speed freeze. When the sword radiance was right in front of him, the void in front of him suddenly split open, revealing a huge black shadow. The black shadow raised a white axe and chopped down. Boom! When the axe hit the sword radiance, a strong impact was produced. Snowflakes danced in the air and dyed the black shadow white. Lord Hu! Xianxia was taken aback. It was Yao Ming who had attacked him. At the moment, her whole body was frozen, and it took her a few shakes to shake off the ice and snow, revealing her dark body. Humph, I knew you humans were unreliable. Can and I should be the ones to do it, the judge mumbled. He swung his axe and stared at Feng Yaoli with a cold and sharp gaze. He was on high alert. Xianxia was speechless. They were supposed to guard the door for them, but now they were asking for trouble. But Xianxia did not say anything. They were willing to stop Wei Qing because they wanted to show off in front of Lin and win her favor, so that they could get the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix. They did not really want to help. Demon race. Feng Yaoli's pupils also shrank, and a cold light shot out of them. Lin's subordinates? Impudent. Lady Lin's name is not something you can call out as you please. You. Yao Rao was furious. She held her axe with both hands and appeared in front of Feng Yaoli in a flash. Then, she swung her axe at him. Bang! Feng Yaoli stepped back, and at the same time he raised his sword and slashed out. The sword light hit the axe, and a metallic light burst out. However, the blade of the sword did not come into contact with the axe. Although the ice sword was incomparably sharp, it could easily break against such a heavy weapon. Feng Yaoli felt pity for it and was unwilling to part with it, so he only wanted to use his sword light to cut it, unwilling to meet force with force. Xianxia could clearly see that Feng Yaoli's every sword strike was only 2 inches away from the battle axe, and his control was very exquisite. Yao Ming had also discovered this point, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Every swing of his axe would slice through the sky, and after 10 or so moves, the Snow Nation had been shattered into pieces, with huge cracks everywhere. Damn you, stupid pig! Die! Feng Yaoli shouted angrily. Be buried in my frozen kingdom! The momentum of the sword suddenly changed, and thousands of scenes began to spin around the sword, forming a shocking sword chi that slashed down. Yao Rao didn't dare to be careless. She held the axe in front of her and pressed down with her left hand. Roar! With a loud shout, a shocking beast roar came from an unknown place, and a phantom image of a huge pig-shaped monster beast appeared behind Yi. Its eyes glowed with green light and its fangs flickered with a cold light. Countless runes flew up from the broad axe, forming a huge triangular shape. It was like a flag that was fluttering in the air. Then it suddenly hardened and flew out. Black evil furious slash. Roar! In the sky, the huge body of the pig-shaped demon and the light of the flag-shaped broad axe crashed into the sword essence. Bang! Heaven and earth crumbled, and the world of snow disappeared, turning into a vortex that danced in the air. Xianxia watched in horror as the 2 men stood face to face in the center of the vortex through the shattered snow, and their weapons collided for the first time. The cold sword and the frost were embedded several inches into the broad axe, and the aftermath hit the 2 men, cutting hundreds of wounds on their skin. However, the 2 of them ignored him and just looked at each other coldly. Evenly matched, he. Xianxia muttered to himself, then sighed. If that move just now was Yao Ming's most powerful attack, then he would have lost. This was because Feng Yaoli was still in his normal human form. He had yet to unleash his true body of calamity and the true primordial tactics. He was able to fight against Yao Rao with just the power of the ice on his saint weapon, the cold sword. He thought to himself, this Feng Yaoli is too powerful. When I was in the snow country, I didn't seem to be used to it when I just woke up. Now I seem to have completely adapted. Humph. Kid, what's your name? You're quite strong. Allure's pig face was gloomy as she snorted. Kid? Haha. Stupid pig. Tell me your name after I cut off your head. Feng Yaoli sneered, and the light in his eyes began to change, turning into gold and silver. Not good. Yunxiao cried out in surprise. He's going to transform into the true body of the calamity. What? What did you just say? Yao Rao was unable to react in time. She said in shock, You mean Huado? However, he immediately understood what was going on. Feng Yaoli's body had grown twice in size, and his entire body was a faint blue. A pair of golden and silver horns grew out of his head, and there were 2 colored lightning bolts crackling on them. 0%. A fight of disaster. Yao Rao exclaimed in disbelief as her eyes widened. Huado was a famous monster race. As a member of the monster race, he naturally recognized him. He suddenly realized something and cursed in his heart. Feng Yaoli's horns shot out 2 colored lightning bolts, which turned into a golden and silver lightning cloud and descended. The 2 of them were too close to each other, and the broad axe was also restrained by the cold sword and frost, unable to break free. Suddenly, a giant blue hand descended from the sky and grabbed the golden and silver thundercloud. It was Yunxiao's body of thunder, which was thousands of feet tall. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. The sky was filled with flashing green lightning. The golden and silver lightning cloud couldn't break free from his palm and was sucked into his stomach. Feng Yaoli and Allure were dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. But both of them reacted in an instant. Yunxiao had a body of 5 elements, which made it difficult for any thunderbolt in the world to hurt him. Unless it was a thunderbolt of a much higher level than him, the only one he could think of was purple thunder. Yunxiao immediately felt uncomfortable after swallowing the golden and silver lightning. The level of the dual-colored lightning was no lower than his, and it carried an extremely strong demonic qi, which was difficult to fuse with his own lightning body. But at this moment he had already eaten, so he couldn't care about that. With a loud roar, he raised the heavenly hammer and struck down. 5 lightning strikes. A giant bolt of lightning fell from the sky, lighting up the sky. His target was Feng Yaoli. Damn it! Feng Yaoli shouted in anger. The ice sword suddenly shook, and the power of the world opened. It actually forced Yao Ming back several hundred feet. Then he made a hand seal, and the gold and silver light on his horns rose and turned into a Tai Chi diagram, which expanded in the wind. The thunderbolt struck down and fell into the Tai Chi diagram. It directly integrated into the yin-yang fish and disappeared without a trace. The Taiji heaven sealing stamp. Not good. Yunxiao was the first to react. When he saw the Taiji diagram, he teleported to Yao Ming's side, grabbed him, and fled into the distance. This is the... In the distance, Mo Wang Ren saw this scene and said in a daze, How is this possible? Humph. You want to be distracted when facing an opponent like me? Wei Wuya laughed coldly. His eyes filled with a vulture's expression. Back at 5 Cloud Mountain, Yi had only been at the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm. After not seeing him for so many days, he had actually rushed up to the Void Realm and had the power to fight him. He could not help but feel extremely depressed. Although he was mocking Gu, Wei Wuya was also shocked by Feng Yaoli's transformation. During the Battle of 5 Cloud Mountain, he had left a deep impression on everyone when he transformed into his Calamity avatar. Mo shook his head. You don't understand. The Huado clan was extremely powerful, and their innate divine abilities were even more impressive. The heavenly Tao has both surplus and deficiency, so the Huado clan has always only appeared one at a time. There can't be 2 Huados in the world at the same time. So that's how it is. Wei Wuya was also stunned. The current era is a bit chaotic. Many experts have been sealed up for 100,000 years. Shang was like that, and this person might be the same, so it's normal for a few of them to appear at once. Ingluo, is it like this? After a moment of shock, Mo felt that it made sense and that was the only explanation he could think of. After the 2 of them spoke, they just stood there and stared at each other. They didn't fight again. With their cultivation bases, it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short time, and they didn't want to fight to the death. Is it a disaster? Kan, who was standing in front of the Golden Wave Grotto Heaven and guarding the entrance, raised his head in shock. He looked at Feng Yaoli's Huado true body and the Taiji heaven sealing seal with a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking, There were more than a dozen people surrounding him, constantly launching long-range attacks. They seemed to be very afraid of him, not daring to get too close. The moment Ken appeared, he had killed 3 to 4 people in a row. All of them were killed in one move. The rest of the people were scared away. Luo Qingyun, Yao Jinliang, and the others were all shocked, and they didn't dare to get too close. Is this the power of the void divine realm, an existence that has surpassed the divine sovereign justice realm? Yao Jinliang's body trembled, and his fingers cracked. His desire for power surged, and his blood was boiling. He had been stuck at the true immortal realm for too long and had been struggling to break through. As long as he could obtain the heavenly phoenix feather, even if it was an ordinary heavenly phoenix feather, he was confident that he could enter the divine sovereign realm. In the distance, Feng Yaoli had just cast the Tai Chi sky sealing seal when he saw Yun Xiao and Yao Ming run away. With a muffled grunt, he put the seal away. He stared at Yun Xiao coldly and said, "If you don't hand over your remnant soul today, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." "There are many people who want to kill me," Yun Xiao said casually. "It doesn't matter if you join them." He shouted, "Ken, this person is extremely difficult to deal with. Come and help me. Let's kill him together." Ken's expression darkened, and he said, "Is this person a human or a demon? If it's the Huodo clan, then it's our clan, so there's no need to make a move." "This man killed Huodo and took his body," Yun Xiao said. "I'm sorry, but I can't. Even so, I can't let you live." Ken's eyes were filled with rage and fury. He no longer cared about guarding the entrance to the grotto heaven and rushed forward in a flash. Not good. Wei Qing watched Ken fly up. With 2 void extreme god realm demons attacking Feng Yaoli together, anyone who enjoyed such treatment would probably die. As expected, as soon as Feng Yaoli saw the 2 of them attacking him, he immediately ran away without looking back. However, Wei Qing's own strength was also limited and he could not help at all. It was already extremely difficult for him to deal with Ling Mudi. "Hurry up and charge into the heavenly passage." Wei Qing immediately gave an order to the dozens of people in the distance. At this moment, there was no one at the entrance of the grotto heaven. Beifeng Nan was also being suppressed by Luan Yu, and had almost no power to fight back. His physical body of an harmonization realm expert was pierced through in many places by the dragon's might, and he was on the verge of death. Yun Xiao suddenly rushed down from the sky and thrust his sword at Yin Yu's back. "Humph! Sneak attacking me?" Luan Yu laughed in anger. He turned around and used his 5-fingered dragon claw to grab at the sword death. Bang! As soon as his claws touched the sword, the ice fiend heart flame bounced up, burning his palm in pain. However, he still gritted his teeth and struck down, extinguishing the ice fiend heart flame. Yun Xiao changed the momentum of his sword and performed an incantation gesture with his left hand at the same time. 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew out of his body and slashed out together with the sword gesture. Luan Yu sneered, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. On the blade ridge and sword peak, he had been forced into a desperate situation by Yun Xiao and Xu Hongyan, and only managed to escape by self-detonating his cosmic disc. It was a rare humiliation in his life. A feeling of revenge welled up in his heart, and his hands kept waving in front of him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of dragons rushed out and attacked the sword chi. Bang! 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 Both the sword chi and the northern heaven cold star sword were pushed back. Yun Xiao changed the seal in his hand, and the 36 swords immediately changed from attack to defense, forming a line in front of him. "Are you all right?" Yun Xiao was on guard against Luan Yu, and at the same time, he asked about Beiming Nan's injury with concern. Beifeng Nan couldn't hold on any longer. He sat cross-legged behind her and said indifferently, "I won't die." Yun Xiao waved his hand, and a white light immediately emerged from the divine realm tablet, taking Beiming Nan into it. Only then did he focus on Luan Yu, as well as Luo Qingyun and the others who were running behind him. "That day at the Blade Sect, you guys besieged me. Haha. Now that the heavens have returned with retribution, it's my turn to bring a group of people to besiege you." Luan Yu laughed hideously as he stared coldly at Yun Xiao. Although his face was filled with killing intent, he was mumbling in his heart and hesitating. Because Yunxiao had the divine realm tablet, he was the one chosen by the heavenly Tao. Although he was not absolutely immortal, he was still one of those who were hard to die. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could kill Yunxiao alone without the need to besiege him. "Leave him to me, you guys go in first," Luo Qingyun suddenly said, his face turning cold as he stared at Yunxiao, as if there was no one else in his eyes except the young man. "Oh, you." Luan Yu glanced at him, wagged his finger, and laughed. "You're not his match. That's so mean. I want to beat you up," Luo Qingyun said. "Ha ha. As long as you have the dragon bloodline, you will never be able to beat me," Luan Yu ridiculed disdainfully, appearing to be full of confidence. Luo Qingyun furrowed his brows. When he recalled the dragon's might that Luan Yu carried, a fear was born from his soul. He couldn't help but have an unsightly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll find a way to suppress the dragon's might sooner or later." "Tisk tsk, you have ambition." Luan Yu suddenly changed her mind and praised. "Since you want to fight him, then I'll leave him to you." With that, he was about to lead everyone in. "No one is leaving," Yunxiao said coldly. "Don't even think about leaving." With a flip of his hand, 6 Ding and 6 Jia instantly turned into the size of a real person. Each of them took on the appearance of holding a weapon and guarded the front of the grotto heaven. "A puppet." Luan Yu's pupils contracted, as if he had sensed something. He said in shock, "A heart-refined golem? I didn't expect there to be someone who knows what's good." Yunxiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Luan Yu was indeed knowledgeable and experienced. So what if it's a heart-refined golem? Luan Yu didn't think much of it. In the long years, he had a slight understanding of all kinds of divine abilities and had even seen them before. Hee, it's indeed nothing much. Yunxiao gave a self-deprecating laugh as he teleported to the center of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, his hands constantly making incantations. Immediately, 12 giant spirits appeared behind the puppet, each holding a light blade weapon, their posture exactly the same as the puppet. 3 of the giant spirits stepped forward with sabers, swords, and halberds in their hands, and they slashed at the crowd. Boom! 3 strong lights broke through the air and struck the crowd. Everyone was already on guard and scattered in all directions, causing the 3 attacks to miss. More than 10 of them were scattered in the sky like stars in the sky, flashing forward. The 12 puppets each formed an incantation gesture and slapped their hands forward at the same time. A formation light appeared and quickly spread in front of them, trapping Yuri and the others. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed colors. It was as if space had changed. "So it's an array?" Luan Yu said calmly. "The heart-refined puppets either condense divine abilities or condense formations. There are as many as 12 puppets in this group. They are indeed formations. A formation that requires so many puppets to set up is definitely not simple. Everyone, be careful." "Don't you think it's too late to be careful when you're already in the formation?" Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared above the array and looked down coldly at the crowd. "Humph, late? You really know how to fantasize. There's no such thing as relying on external forces to defy the heavens in this world." Luan Yu's face was full of ridicule. Although the formation was rolling, his expression was still as calm as water as he said, "It's just like how although you have the divine realm tablet and are the one chosen by the heavenly Tao, you're limited by your own talent and strength and can't exert the power of the divine realm tablet at all. This is the same as relying on the puppetry technique. Both are tragic." Yunxiao was silent. Luan Yu was right. It was not the right way to fake external things, and only one's own strength was the eternal way. "There's only a total of 12 puppets. We have 17 people, so let's split up and attack them." Yao Jinliang and the burying cloud beast were the first to rush to the edge of the formation, towards the puppet. In his opinion, Yunxiao's strength was only on par with his, and even with the help of the puppet array, it was impossible for him to withstand the attacks of 17 people. He would definitely be defeated in one blow. Yunxiao's face turned cold as 2 giant spirits emerged. One of them slashed down with a halberd, while the other clenched his hand into a palm, which turned into a mountain and fell. Two attacks streaked across the sky like meteors, locking onto Yao Jinliang and the buried cloud beast. How can he be so strong? Yao Jinliang's heart trembled as he looked in disbelief at the two brilliant rays of light descending. The power of each ray was not inferior to his. The shock in his heart gradually turned into bitter water. Originally, they were all martial sovereigns. However, after their strength broke through to the peak of the martial Tao, the difference in their talents and opportunities was clearly reflected. Their cultivation base began to show a sharp division. Even more than 20 years ago, the two of them were not much different in strength. However, while he had been training hard, the other party had started all over again. The result left him dumbfounded. In just 20 years, not only had he recovered all his strength, but he was even stronger than before. Yao Jinliang felt dejected, and a strong sense of defeat grew in his heart. No, I must get the heavenly phoenix feather and cross this barrier. A strong desire rose in his heart, and scenes of the past floated in his mind. Which of the strong people who could reach this point had not experienced thousands of difficulties and obstacles to obtain such an achievement and position? Who would easily admit defeat in the face of difficulties? With a quick thought, Yao Jinliang raised the Ghost Hunter twist and unfurled it with a clang. It drew a white light and slashed at the light. The burying cloud beast twisted its body, and all of its fur stood on end. It roared a few times and swung its head, causing its aura to take on a corporeal form. Boom! The four forces collided and exploded like fireworks. Countless rays of light fell from the sky. Although it's strong, I can still withstand it. Yao Jinliang's eyes were filled with ferocity, and his ruthlessness appeared once more. He ran madly within the formation with the burying cloud beast. Luan Yu's expression also changed as he said in shock, "These 12 puppets all have the power of the return to reality realm? How could this be possible? You're only in the returning to reality realm. Nothing is impossible in this world. You just don't believe it. Let's go," Yunxiao said lightly. The two giant spirits chased after Yao Jinliang and the cloud-burying beast, while the other four emerged in the sky again, looking at the crowd coldly. With his current strength, he could only control 6 at most. Any more and it would greatly damage his body. Li Yi and the others were shocked beyond words and began to panic. Luan Yu snorted. "Humph. No matter how powerful this heart-refined puppet is, it's still limited to your own cultivation base. So you don't have to bluff, right? If he had the confidence to defeat us, he would have attacked long ago and wouldn't have been forced to this point." Li Yi echoed loudly, giving himself and his companions courage. With a sneer, Yunxiao raised his hand and condensed a bolt of lightning, which he then threw at Li Yi. "Pipa!" Li Yi was shocked. He hurriedly brandished his sword in front of him and formed a sword aura that was as tight as a sword shield. Bang! The lightning struck the sword and shield, causing sparks to fly and numbing his body. He stepped on the void and retreated. All the hair on his body stood up from the electricity, and his hair was in the shape of an afro, which was extremely funny. A few people couldn't help but snicker, but they forced themselves to not make a sound. It's been a few years, and you still haven't improved at all. 8,527. Yunxiao looked at him coldly. His loose eyelids seemed to be listless, as if he was looking at mud. Li Yi was furious. 8527 was his serial number when he was a servant in the Li family. Later, he was given the surname Li, because he did a good job as a servant. Over the years, he had deliberately forgotten it, but Yunxiao had brought it up again and again, crushing his self-esteem. "Li Yunxiao, I'm not done with you." Yunxiao's eyes grew cold as he said, "But I want to end this with you." Li Yi's heart twitched violently, and he took half a step back from the shock of that gaze. He knew that with Yunxiao's current strength, it would be too easy for him to kill him, so he immediately shut his mouth and tried his best to endure it. He would let the others take the limelight while he waited for the opportunity to strike. Luan Yu snorted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Just do as Yao Jinliang said." We'll attack them separately. In my opinion, he can't even display half of the formation's power. I'll deal with these 4 giant spirits. If they have any other tricks up their sleeves, you guys should be careful." After he finished speaking, his body turned illusory and turned into a faint green smoke. A green dragon rose from within and flew into the sky. Dragon transformation! Everyone was shocked. Yunxiao's face was also solemn. He had seen the phoenix feather dragon on the Blade Ridge and Sword Peak before, but it was golden in color. Now it was the purest cyan. It was said that the ancient true dragon was a blue dragon. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the 4 giant spirits glared at him. They appeared around the azure dragon and attacked with their weapons. Luanyu's eyes turned cold. He maintained his dragon form, but his hands could also form seals. "Dragon talisman!" Luo Qingyun cried out involuntarily. His face was dazed, and his body trembled as large beads of cold sweat fell from his forehead. The dragon talisman was a legendary existence among the dragon clan. It was condensed from a unique dragon's power and was different from any power in the world. It was an existence that was mutated from the realm power of a true dragon. It was said that only the ancient true dragon and his 9 sons could control the dragon talisman. Luanyu's face glowed with a holy light, and the ball of light in her hand grew in size, shining like the sun. Dragon sigil! These 3 words came out of Yuri's mouth, and the entire ball of light instantly exploded. A vast and mighty force spread out, devouring the attacks of the 4 giant spirits. It was as if 10,000 dragons were galloping and 10,000 stars were falling. The terrifying power attacked the array in circles. Yunxiao grunted. The backlash had directly injured his meridians, and the taste of blood rose in his throat, but he still forced it down. The dragon's might was mighty in the formation, attacking in all directions. In fact, if the first and most powerful attack could not break the formation, the subsequent attacks would be of no use. The 12 divine beings killing formation could continuously extract the power of the outside world to make up for the deficit in the formation. Unless it was destroyed in one blow, the rest would be in vain. Luanyu's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had also discovered something was wrong. He said in shock, this formation, 12 Swanee." His face darkened, as if he had thought of something. He shouted, "Everyone, attack the puppets separately." After saying that, the dragon turned around and charged towards one of the puppets. Luo Qingyun and the others also scattered like birds and beasts, rushing towards the puppets on their own. Some of the weaker ones were split into groups of 2 or 3. Immediately, every puppet was attacked, and the operation of the formation became slower. Yunxiao's face flickered. He immediately sat cross-legged in the air and carefully controlled the puppet with his spiritual power to fight calmly. But he still found it extremely difficult to deal with. Just Luanyu alone required 4 puppets to deal with. Otherwise, if he destroyed one of them alone, it would be a big problem. Even so, under everyone's combined attacks, all kinds of backlash kept coming, which made him very distressed. The qi in his body was in great disorder, and even the seals in his hands began to make mistakes. Fei Yang, quickly withdraw the formation. Suddenly, Chu Hongyan's voice was heard, and she said hurriedly, "If you don't withdraw the formation now, you will be seriously injured once the formation collapses." "Why did you come out?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "Where's Feini?" "Don't worry, Sister Feini is still meditating. Lady Lin asked me to come," Chu Hongyan said. "What?" Yun Xiao could not help but feel suspicious. "Lin still hasn't made a move at this time? Is there something she's hiding?" He didn't have time to think and immediately formed a hand seal to put away the array. The 12 puppets disappeared in front of Luanyu and the others in an instant, then clashed in the sky and flew back into Yun Xiao's hand. "Humph, you're at your wit's end. Go!" Luanyu revealed a ferocious expression. With a flash of his dragon body, he soared into the sky. "Yun Xiao." Chu Hongyan stopped Yun Xiao and said, "Let me do it." She could tell that Yun Xiao had consumed a lot of energy in the array just now, and he needed time to recover. He took out the purple firmament sword and brandished it. Then, he stood in front of the golden wave grotto heaven and watched the green dragon rush over. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang out from the sky. It was completely emotionless, and it made one's hair stand on end. Luan Yu, did you specially come to die? Then, a 9-colored ray of light appeared in the sky like a peacock spreading its tail. Finally, it turned into a palm with the word mountain in it and struck down from the void. Lin. Luan Yu crazily sucked in a breath of cold air. The azure dragon's body actually shivered under that sound. It immediately turned around and swayed its long tail. The void was shattered as it flashed and entered. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful azure dragon was actually so afraid of this palm that it directly fled through the air. However, the mountain-shaped palm print had already locked onto him and was chasing after him through layers of void space. Boom! A few thousand feet away, the space suddenly exploded. A 9-colored peacock light appeared and turned into a colorful whirlpool that was dozens of acres in size. Luan Yu was directly sent flying out of the vortex. He swayed his body in a sorry state and only stopped after he had fled a few thousand feet away. This strange phenomenon in the sky immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all stopped. Phoenix and Can, who were pursuing Feng Yaoli, were both shocked. They stopped their pursuit and returned to the top of Golden Light Grotto in a flash. Ling Moody and Wei Qing, and Wei Wuya's battle had also stopped. They returned to their respective camps and faced each other in the void. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a wild voice sounded. In the distance, there were a few flashes of green light, and the ruler's feather appeared in front of everyone. However, they saw that it had a ferocious expression, and blood was seeping out of its 7 holes. It was extremely terrifying. However, he stared into the golden light grotto heaven with a fierce look and said coldly, "You're not dead yet, Lin. I won't die even if you do." Lin's voice rang out from within the heavenly abode, and she said, "You, on the other hand, are getting worse and worse. Your cultivation level has dropped to the level of void extremity." Yunxiao was shocked. It was only then that he learned that Wu Daming was called Luan Yu. It was fine if Luan Yu knew Lin, but from his words he had actually fallen back to the void tier. Could it be that he had once been at the creation realm? Can and Phoenix's faces were filled with fear as well. The two of them had never been so vigilant before. They stood guard in front of the paradise and stared at the ruler's feather as if they were facing a great enemy. "Humph, even if it's Su Ji, you won't be able to kill me. What else do you have to?" Luan Yu was unconcerned. His eyes flickered as he said, "Although that attack just now contained the power of a blessed realm expert, it was very empty. Lin, are you going to die soon?" Everyone's faces changed drastically, but they were all different. Wei Qing and the others were surprised and delighted, while Yunxiao's side all had ugly expressions. Luan Yu's words weren't without reason. Lin had yet to reveal herself, only hiding in the dark and launching a sneak attack. If she had the same tyrannical strength as the Misty Rock Master, she would have been able to deal with Luan Yu, Feng Yaoli, and the others. "Nonsense," Can said angrily. "Humph, it's not up to me to decide whether I'm going to die or not. Lin hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you in such a hurry, dog?" Luan Yu coldly mocked. "You're right," Lin said. "It's not up to you whether I'm dying or not. But no matter how I am now, I'm more than enough to kill you." "Ha ha ha! You want to kill me?" Luan Yu laughed mockingly. "You failed to kill me back then even when you were a world king. Now that your strength has dropped so much, you're dreaming. If my guess is correct, once you leave this place, you'll reach the end of your lifespan even earlier, and it's very likely that you'll die in an instant." "You're right again," Lin said. "I can't leave this place." Yunxiao, Lingmu Di, and the others were all greatly shocked, while Can and Phoenix looked sad as they called out softly, "Lady Lin, please! Who has been able to escape death since the ancient times?" Lin said unhurriedly, "Even world kings have 5 decrepit phenomena. It's only a matter of time, so don't be sad." "Yes, my lord," Can and Xian replied in unison, but they could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. "Humph!" As if the topic was too sad, Even Luan Yu felt uncomfortable. With a muffled humph, she said, "Since we're acquaintances, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather, and I'll immediately turn around and leave." "Give it to you? Are you even worthy?" Lin's voice came faintly, her nonchalance and contempt evident on her face. "Humph, who is worthy if I'm not?" "Lin, this is digging your own grave. I don't have many old acquaintances left. Do you want me to bury you with my own hands?" Luan Yu viciously threatened. "If you continue to babble, I'll eat this true tail feather myself. I reckon it'll extend my life by a few hundred years." Lin said slowly. Luan Yu's expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to say anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Lin, 100,000 years have passed, and the demonic tribulation is coming. The realm of heavenly martial arts needs my power. As long as I can recover my power, I can resist the demonic tribulation and help the realm of heavenly martial arts avoid this disaster." Lin didn't say anything. Suddenly, she said in a strange voice, "I've never seen such a shameless person like you. You're speaking as if you contributed to the demon-sealing war? Oh, right, I forgot, you've done a lot of work and helped a lot, including Li Zhu's death." Luan Yu's face was gloomy as he angrily rebuked, "Shut up! Don't try to blame Li Zhu's death on me. If you mention this again, don't blame me for falling out with you right now." "Hee hee. Falling out?" Lin seemed to be so angry that she laughed and said, "What face do you still have to flip in front of me? Let me take a look. Damn it. Then I'll kill all of these people first, and then capture you to refine. Although I won't be able to obtain the complete true tail plume of the Heavenly Phoenix, I might be able to obtain the peacock's 7 plumes." Luan Yu's expression became extremely cold. A powerful killing intent accompanied the dragon's might as it came out, sweeping up a cold wind and blowing it away. A chill spread in everyone's heart. "Hold on," Lin suddenly chided. "Oh? Haha, you're scared." Luan Yu laughed wildly and said, "With your personality, could it be that you're going to beg for mercy next? Ha ha ha. It's hard to believe. You're thinking too much. I just want to make a bet with you." Lin sighed. "What are we betting on?" Luan Yu asked with a frown. "I'll use the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather to bet your true dragon origin," Lin said. "Duh! The origin of the true dragon." Several exclamations rang out, and they all looked at Luan Yu in shock. Only Feng Yaoli's pupils contracted slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. Luo Qingyun's face was full of horror. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Whether it's the dragon talisman or the origin of the true dragon, only the ancient true dragon and his 9 sons can have them." Luan Yu's face became a little twisted. He ignored Luo Qingyun and said with a gloomy face, "Damned Lin, you actually dare to have designs on my dragon essence. Don't you also want the real tail feather?" Lin said indifferently, "I understand now. You want to collect the dragon essence and phoenix feathers so that you can break the 5 decrepit phenomena and return to your original body's cultivation." Luan Yu said in a deep voice, "Think whatever you want." Lin didn't refute and said indifferently, "Do you dare to accept this bet? If you win, I'll give you the complete true tail feather. If you combine it with your true dragon origin and can break the 5 decays of heaven and man, maybe what you're worried about won't happen." "What kind of bet?" Luan Yu seemed to have been persuaded, as she gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "It's very simple," Lin said. "I'll let Yunxiao fight you, and the winner will be decided." "Ha-ha! It's that simple? Are you crazy?" Luan Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. He was afraid that Lin would change her mind again, so he quickly said, "I'll agree." Although he had seen Yunxiao's puppet technique and recognized it as the 12 divine beings' fiend formation, he was limited by Yunxiao's own strength and could not exert much of its power, so he knew he could still break it. "This by an Lord Lin." Yunxiao was shocked. "Please think twice. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to think twice. However, the competition isn't now, but 30 days later." 30 days? Why wait for a month? Yunxiao and the judge were both puzzled. "I can see that you're stuck at the peak of the returning to reality realm," Lin said. You'll be able to break through in about 30 days. By then, you'll have a higher chance of winning. Luan Yu was speechless for a while. He rebuked. If you want to compete, then compete now. Dragging it out is just a delaying tactic. If Yunxiao was allowed to break through to the divine sovereign realm, he would be in danger with the power of the 12 divine beings killing formation, although he did not think that Yunxiao could reach that level in 30 days. Some people could be stuck at the peak of the returning to reality realm for decades or even hundreds of years, but they couldn't say that they could pass it in a limited time. Yao Jinliang's heart clenched, and his eyes burned with jealousy. Jiyu, are you scared? Lin laughed. Luan Yu said, I'm not afraid. I just don't want to be delayed for no reason. I'm afraid of unforeseen circumstances. There won't be any changes. The outcome has already been decided. You can't change it even if you want to, Lin said. Luan Yu laughed coldly. Don't talk about such profound principles in front of me. This can't save you from today's predicament. Lin said, So, are we still going to compete? If we don't, then we'll do as you said earlier. Kill us all and refine me. Let's see if we can refine the true tail feather that I swallowed. Yao Rao could not help but say, Lady Lin, there's no need to bet with him. With our abilities, we can kill them all. Not a single piece of their armor will be left. Luan Yu fell into deep thought. If they were to really fall into a life-and-death battle, as long as Lin did not interfere, they would definitely be able to defeat the other party with their strength. However, at that time, Lin would definitely swallow the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather and recover part of her strength, and no one on his side would be able to match her. Moreover, the price to pay to defeat these people in front of him would definitely not be shallow. All right, I'll do as you say and bet. Luan Yu made up her mind and said firmly, All right, you can stay outside the Heavenly Passage for a month. Li Yunxiao, come in. Lin seemed to have already guessed his answer, and her voice was extremely calm. Yunxiao and the others all had solemn looks on their faces, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. They turned and entered the Golden Wave Grotto one by one. My lord. After Yunxiao and the others left, Wei Qing immediately came over with a displeased look on his face, as if he was blaming Luan Yu for making the decision on his own. What, you're all blaming me? Luan Yu said indifferently. Wei Qing said, I don't dare to blame you. It's just that you shouldn't make decisions on your own. After all, we're only in an alliance. We're not in a master-servant relationship. This isn't appropriate for both US and Lord Feng Yaoli. However, Feng Yaoli chuckled and said, This lord has no objections to Jiyu's decision. He could not wait for Luan Yu and Yunxiao to fight each other until both were injured, then take the opportunity to kill Yunxiao and seize Huodo's soul. Wei Qing furrowed his brows and was secretly on guard. For some reason, these two people had come to a tacit understanding and were walking together. Moreover, their strength was astonishingly strong, and they could not deal with any one of them. He had originally wanted to rely on them to restrain each other, but now it seemed a little too far-fetched. Luan Yu glanced at Wei Qing and said indifferently, Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. Not only did Lin have the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail feather, but she also had other phoenix feathers. As long as I obtain the true tail plume, I can give you everything else. In addition, you can choose any 3 of the treasures I have. Wei Qing's eyes flashed with joy and he became happy. Not to mention those phoenix feathers. Just the treasures on the ruler's feathers alone were enough to make people drool. It seemed that he was really willing to give up everything for the Heavenly Phoenix true tail feather. Luan Yu continued, Your talent and aptitude are extremely outstanding. Moreover, you're in charge of the Holy Region. There will be many opportunities for us to work together in the future. I hope so, Wei Qing said. I'll have to trouble you to take care of all aspects. Luan Yu responded and did not say anything else. Instead, she sat cross-legged in the air. He then formed a seal with both hands and created a barrier in front of him to isolate himself from the outside world. He then began to cultivate in peace. He needed to adjust his body's functions to their strongest within a month, even surpassing what he was currently doing. Wei Qing was silent alone. He also set up a forbidden area not far away and took out the Xianxia bottle to carefully study it. Wuxia had already told him the origin of this item. As long as he could comprehend it thoroughly, not only would he be able to step into the realm of divine sovereign justice, but he would also have a chance to peek into the ultimate void realm in the future. After all, he had a void realm father to guide him, and his own talent was far above Wuxia's. Now, he also had a powerful saint weapon in his hand, so his future achievements were limitless. For a time, although there were more than 10 people outside the Golden Wave Grotto heaven, they all sat cross-legged in the void and cultivated quietly. The 4 guards were still tied up and thrown to the side. They were ashamed and angry, but there was nothing they could do. In Golden Wave Grotto, Fanny was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. When Xianxia stepped into it again, he was surprised to clearly feel that the heavenly phoenix power had weakened a lot. "All of you, come in." Lin's voice rang out in the palace. Bai and Ken were both shocked. They had never entered this palace in the past 100,000 years. Thinking that Lin's life might really be coming to an end, they couldn't help but shed tears. They've wiped their tears and walked in. The ball of light in the hall gradually elongated, and a figure slowly emerged. Although his face was unclear, Xianxia could tell at a glance that it was the statue of the Buddhist demon divine art. Just its form had a soul-stirring feeling. Just how peerless and devastatingly beautiful would that face be? Chu Hongyan could not help but look surprised. Her intuition told her that the appearance of the Emperor of 10,000 demons in front of her was definitely not inferior to hers. "Lady Lin," Lingmu Di said in a low voice, "is your current condition really that bad?" Lin's face was covered in a golden glow, and it was impossible to see clearly, but one could recognize her forehead. She said, "More or less. After that battle, I was only left with a clone. It's all thanks to the power of these phoenix feathers that I was able to last until now. Otherwise, I would have died with my main body. If that's the case, I hope that you can refine the true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix on your own and extend your life by hundreds of years," Ling Mudi said. "Hee hee." Lin chuckled and said, "I was lying to Jiyu. Even if I really refined the true tail feather, the extra lifespan wouldn't exceed 20 years. It's one of the supreme laws of the universe and can't be changed by anything. 5 decays of heaven and man, Swan and I." This was the first time Xianxia had heard of this term. He asked, "What is the 5 curses of heaven and man?" Lin said, "It means that everything has life and death. Even if you step into the realm of World King, it is difficult to escape the Tao of death. Even the realm of heavenly martial arts itself has life, prosperity, decline, and death." "What?" Xianxia frowned. "Isn't it said that a divine body can be immortal?" "Hee hee, it's just an exaggeration to say that you're immortal. Even if he lived as long as the heavens and earth, he couldn't be immortal. Even the heaven and earth itself has the 5 decrepit phenomena. So how can it not be destroyed? However, to us, heaven and earth are almost undying," Lin said with a faint smile. Xianxia nodded. "I understand. There is no absolute in this world. Everything can only be relative." "Right, you're very perceptive," Lin praised. Xianxia smiled wryly and said, "I don't understand why Lady Lin wants me to deal with that Yuri. Why don't you let Lord E and Lord King go? They should have a better chance of winning than me." Kan and Chan puffed out their chests as well. The aura from their bodies spread out, and their killing intent was overbearing. "Lady Lin, Kan's blade is not old yet. I can still fight," Kan said in a deep voice. "I too," the referee hurriedly said. "It's been hard on you too for following me for so many years." Lin smiled faintly. "I asked Xianxia to fight Luan Yu not just to win him, but to test their luck and opportunities." "I see." Lingmu Di said, "Your Excellency, you want to test how strong Yunxiao's luck is, and whether he can really be the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. If he can't, you might as well give the true tail feather to someone else." Lin nodded. "You're right. I've kept this true tail feather for 100,000 years. There are only 4 people in the world who can get it from me." "4 people?" Lingmu Di was shocked. "Who are the 4 of them?" Lin said, One is the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, one is the master of the divine realm tablet, one is the emperor of 10,000 demons, and there is one last one. Although I'm not willing to, looking at the big picture, Luan Yu is also a suitable person. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and Yun Xiao said in surprise, "This person is also suitable? What is his identity? Is he the son of the true dragon? Why have I never heard of this person?" Ling Mu Di frowned. It seems that he should be a powerful cultivator from 100,000 years ago. Lin was silent for a moment. He is older than any of us. No one knows how long he has lived. Although he did not participate in the Demon Sealing War 100,000 years ago, he still more or less influenced the war. Luan Yu's identity is not the son of the true dragon, but the true dragon itself. Everyone was quite shocked. Other than Can, who already knew his identity, everyone else's expressions changed drastically, and they were almost dazed. An expert that only existed in myths and legends, born from the essence of heaven and earth, condensed by the power of the world, the head of the ancient true spirits, an incomparably powerful existence in legends, actually appeared in front of him and even looked disdainful. Thinking of all kinds of contradictions and grudges between Wu Deshang and Yun Xiao, who had stumbled along the way, Yun Xiao could not help but ask, "Your Excellency must have made a mistake, Ing Luo," although he knew that it was definitely right, and that Lin would not joke about such things. He just could not believe it. Even Ling Mu Di and the others were petrified. It took them a long time to come to their senses. It's been a long time since the last time a real dragon or a heavenly phoenix has been seen in the world, Ling Mu Di said in a deep voice. El can't believe that the real dragon has always existed in this world. Then why didn't we see him 100,000 years ago even after such a great calamity? Lin said, "This dragon is a selfish person. When I first met him 100,000 years ago, he was only in creation realm. I beat him up a few times, but he always escaped. It seemed that he had been seriously injured a long time ago and had not been able to recover. Now, after 100,000 years, it has fallen back to the void tier. This by-in..." Everyone was confused, and Yun Xiao said in a daze, "Shouldn't a true dragon be in the realm of regional king?" Lin said, "A long time ago he should have been a world king. However, he was beaten until his cultivation level dropped. That's why he spent his time in the wilderness. His cultivation level got lower and lower. Speaking of which, he's also a pitiful and laughable person." "What?" Yun Xiao was dumbfounded. "Someone beat you down?" he asked. "Is there anyone in this world who can beat down a true dragon's cultivation level?" "I'm also very curious about this matter," said Lin. "Before I met the Demon Lord, I also felt that it was impossible. However, if an expert like the Demon Master appeared, it's not difficult to understand." Yun Xiao and the others exchanged a look, and they could only see the shock in each other's eyes. Yun Xiao suddenly had an idea. Could it be that there was a demonic tribulation before the 100,000 years ago? He immediately thought of the original rainbow stone he had obtained in the secret treasure of the true dragon. That secret treasure was left behind by Luan Yu, and there was a rainbow stone inside. Could be seen that Luan Yu must be related to the demon world. Lin said, "LVE had this thought before, but no matter what, it's been too long. Unless Jiu says it himself, it'll be difficult to verify it. In addition, the events of the past have little effect on the present, so there's no need to be calculative." Everyone was silent. It was truly that Yuri's identity was too shocking, making them unable to recover from their shock. "That's why I'm willing to give this heavenly phoenix's true tail feather to one of you three. Otherwise, I'd rather refine it myself and have an extra 20 years of life to play around," Lin said. Mo's eyes glowed as he cupped his fists. "Lady Lin, although I have yet to ascend the throne, it is only a matter of time. Why don't you give me the true tail feather?" "Don't speak too soon," Lin said indifferently. "You're not the demon emperor now, which proves that there's a demon race more powerful than you. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Besides, you should save your life from the wrong path of cultivating the holy arts first." Mo's expression turned ugly and he pleaded, "Lady Lin, please save me. Lin snorted. You're so afraid of death. How can you take the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather? How am I going to explain this to Li Zhu after I die? Mo-Chi's head was dizzy and he wanted to kill someone, but he forced himself to hold back and no longer said anything with a gloomy face. I understand what you mean, my lord, Xianxia said seriously. Please give me a place to cultivate in seclusion so that I can cultivate for a month and try to break through to the divine sovereign realm. Regardless of whether you've broken through to the divine sovereign justice realm or not, you'll have to come out 3 days earlier, Lin said. In the past, I've fought against Luan Yu several times. I'll send you some of my memories of the scenes. Thank you, my lord. Xianxia was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said. Lin waved her hand and said, I also hope you win. Although I don't like you much, I dislike Luan Yu even more. However, if the master of the divine realm tablet is defeated by the true dragon, I'll have no choice but to follow the heavenly Tao. Understood. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Then, he was surrounded by a golden light and disappeared from the hall. You guys can play as you wish, Lin said as she looked at the remaining people. Junior of the Ashen Demon tribe, follow me, she said to Mo. Mo was stunned for a moment before he rejoiced. Sir, you're willing to save. Lin snorted. You're an almighty being of the demon clan with the cultivation of the void realm. You're also the successor of the terrifying gray demon clan and have my holy power. How can I just watch you die? Previously, I was only dissatisfied because I saw that you were too afraid of death. Speaking of which, you're a disgrace to our monster race. The referee was speechless from the scolding. His face also turned red with shame and anger. However, with a flash of golden light, he also disappeared from the hall. This time, Lin's figure also disappeared. Chu Hongyan was a little worried and said, Isn't it a bit inconsiderate to let Fei Yong fight with the true dragon? He's not only at the void god realm, but also an ancient true dragon. This is also a test given to him by Lady Lin, said Ling Mudi. This test is not without reason. If the luck of the master of the divine realm tablet can't compete with that of the ancient true dragon, it's not a bad idea to let the true dragon Yu deal with the next demonic tribulation. But that Luan Yu is selfish. Would he fight the demonic tribulation for the sake of the world? Chu Hongyan asked. It won't be up to him then, Ling Mudi said. If the entrance to the demonic realm was opened, and tens of thousands of demons came, the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would be doomed, and he would be no exception. How many of the heroes of the demon-sealing war were selfless? It's still related to my own interests. Chu Hongyan was speechless. She didn't care who the true tail feather of the heavenly phoenix belonged to, who led the people to deal with the demonic tribulation, or even whether they won or not. She just wanted Xianxia to be safe and sound. Don't worry, master. Xianxia will definitely be fine. Luo Yunshang comforted him. Chu Hongyan smiled slightly. She knew that Yunshang was worried as well, but now she asked her disciple to comfort her. She could not help but smile bitterly and said, Let's not waste any more time. We should focus on our cultivation this month. Who knows how many more tough battles we will have to fight in the future. The two women immediately sat down and began to cultivate. Ling Mudi, Kan, and Phoenix also sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After Xianxia disappeared from the palace, he reappeared in the void. Front, back, left, right, up, down, all 4 directions were boundless, with no end in sight. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared in the sky and turned into a feather that slowly fell down. This is the last ordinary heavenly phoenix feather I have, Lin said. I wanted to keep it for a few more days, but it looks like there's no need. Absorb the power inside it and strive to break through to the divine sovereign justice realm. The feather fell into Yunxiao's hand, and it seemed to contain some warmth, warming his heart. It seemed that Lin really wanted him to win, but sometimes no one could guess the heavenly Tao's choice. She could only do her best and leave it to fate. As Yunxiao held the feather, Lin's aura disappeared into the void. She must have left. He heaved a long sigh and put away the precious phoenix feather. Without wasting any time, he swallowed some chi replenishing pills and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Before breaking through, he had to first adjust his condition to the peak. At that moment, Xianxia still had the gold and silver lightning shot out from Huidou's true body, which had been suppressed and refined by him. Now, he could calm down and focus all his attention on the lightning. Under the pressure of a small ball of purple lightning, the dual-colored lightning kept splitting apart, turning into hair-thin strands that were absorbed by his dantian. After a few hours, the two-colored lightning was completely absorbed. At this moment, Xianxia transformed into a body of thunder and felt the changes in his body, as if his understanding of thunderbolts had deepened. After that, he returned to his normal state and continued to form hand seals to regulate his breathing. After a few more hours, he finally recovered all of his lost spiritual energy and adjusted his body's functions to the peak. At this moment, he took out the purple-gold tribulation lightning pill. There were faint flashes of 5-colored lightning on the pill, and the image of a beast could be clearly seen lying within it, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. As long as he ate the pill, the lightning phoenix would completely become a pill spirit and be absorbed and digested by him. Although Lei Meng looked cute, Xianxia snorted and put it into his mouth without any pity. As soon as the purplish-gold thunder pill entered his mouth, he felt as if he had swallowed a bolt of purple thunder. 5-colored thunderclouds exploded in the pill, and the thunder light wreaked havoc in his body. It even penetrated his skin and shot out. Once again, Xianxia transformed into a 9-colored thunderbolt, with all kinds of thunderbolts surging and washing over his body. "Fuck you, what's going on?" It was as if the lightning within my body had exploded, instantly turning into countless mutated lightning bolts. He was shocked to find that his lightning body had undergone various changes under the effect of the elixir. It was black for a moment, then red for a moment, and even the gold and silver colors had changed. Furthermore, when it transformed into gold and silver, the power it exuded was no different from the lightning on Huidou's body. Is this the evolution process of the original lightning energy? After a long while, Xianxia finally understood. Although he did not know how the pill did it, the change now was a process of the thunder origin turning into 10,000 thunders, as if it was a special demonstration for him. Xianxia hurriedly calmed down and began to feel the changes in the power. But, when the thunderbolts turned black, he felt as if there was a great pressure weighing down on his body, which was unbearable. When it turned red, it was as if it was being burned in flames, and his skin hurt. When it turned gold, it was like thousands of blades were cutting down. It was like being cut by thousands of knives. The 5 elements resonated with each other, and even the thunder and lightning of wood element could be divided into different types of thunder of the 5 elements, but their attributes were not strong. Xianxia was trying to understand the infinite combinations and changes. A few days later, his figure disappeared from the void, leaving only a green ball of lightning floating in the air. A large number of runes rolled on it, as if they were forming a chapter, illusionary and vanishing at times. Upon closer inspection, Xianxia was sleeping quietly in the arms of a baby inside the thunderball, as if he had returned to the placenta and gone from acquired to innate. Finally, more than 10 days later, the ball of lightning suddenly released tens of thousands of bolts of lightning in hundreds of different colors, shooting into the endless void above and below. As the energy was released, the ball of thunder grew smaller and smaller, and Yunxiao's body was gradually revealed, slowly stretching like a baby. "Oh!" He let out an extremely comfortable cry, as if he had been reborn. "This body is so strong." Xianxia could not help but be overjoyed. He could clearly feel that his body of thunder was different from before, not only in terms of strength but also in nature. Now, he had a deeper understanding of the nature of thunder. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was lightning flashing, the power of the origin source. This is the advantage of the innate 5-element spirit body. Haha. Xianxia closed his eyes to slowly feel the changes in his body and his grasp of his current physical strength. It was a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. My current lightning body is not much weaker than those true innate spiritual bodies. It's just that my cultivation level is still weak. He was depressed to find that his cultivation didn't improve much after he transformed into the lightning body. He was still stuck at the peak of the true immortal realm, but the feeling of breaking out of the cocoon was getting closer. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to reach the realm of divine sovereign justice after going into seclusion for a year or so. It's a pity that there's no time. Xianxia sighed and took out another pill with a complicated expression. It was the Baiguang Heavenly Dharma pill he had robbed. He still had 3 other elixirs on him, their quality not inferior to the purplish gold Thunder elixir and the Northern Wide Dharma Heavenly elixir. However, he was not clear about their effects and attributes, so he did not dare to try them out. If he didn't have the 5 elements lightning body, he would have been dead by now. I can only use 1 more pill. Although it was a pity, the situation forced him to do so. Moreover, after swallowing the pill, the effects accumulated in his body, so he did not eat it for nothing. After making up his mind, he swallowed the Northern Dharma Heavenly pill. Suddenly, his dantian trembled and almost exploded. The glazed light on his body flickered non-stop, as if his body was about to explode. Duh! How can he be so strong? Yunxiao's eyes popped out like a frog's, and his face was twisted. He hurriedly used his sword fingers to break the big acupuncture points all over his body, letting the power pour out along those acupuncture points, and at the same time, blood gushed out like a stream. A few days later, Xianxia, who was quietly floating in the void, suddenly moved. Finally, a terrifying power burst out from his body. The fluctuations were so strong that they shook the entire void. I finally reached the realm of divine sovereign justice. His face was extremely calm, as if he had shed off the feeling of childishness. When he opened his eyes, they were like twinkling stars. He had finally stepped into a realm that he had not been able to break through even when he was at his peak in his previous life. Although he had relied on 2 level 10 divine pills, he was still satisfied. It was good that he had broken through. No matter how precious the materials were, he had to use them. I didn't expect you to have so many good things on you. It seems that the heavenly Tao loves you very much. At this moment, Lin's voice was heard. I've given you the heavenly phoenix feather for nothing. Hee. I'll return the feather to you, my lord. I hope you can refine it and increase your lifespan. Xianxia took out the heavenly phoenix feather, held it in his palm, and raised it high. Lin seemed to be silent for a moment before she said, I don't need this item anymore, and I won't take it back since I gave it to you. You should change your clothes first. I'll send you the image of my battle with Luanyu that year. It was only then that Xianxia realized that he was still dressed in blood. After consuming the Baiguang Heavenly Dharma pill, the meridians in his entire body exploded, opening the acupoints on their own to let the power leak out, which avoided the danger of his body exploding. But unfortunately, a large amount of the medicinal power was also lost. Xianxia quickly changed his clothes, and Lin conjured a woman's figure in the void, her face gradually becoming clear. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Even though he had seen countless beautiful women and had spent a long time with Chu Hongyan, he was still attracted by her stunning appearance, and his mind went blank. This was definitely a perfect face, a miracle of creation. If Chu Hongyan's beauty could be said to be at the peak, then Lin's face was so beautiful that it was unreal, so beautiful that it should not exist in this world. What, have you seen enough? Lin Yanyan smiled and said indifferently. She had seen Yunxiao's expression many times. Everyone who saw her for the first time, even women, did not look like that. However, after 100,000 years of loneliness, he could not help but reminisce and sigh when he saw such a dull face again. You. Yunxiao was so shocked by her beauty that he could not speak. Your female companion is also very beautiful, Lin said with a smile. Ellen, your eyes? Who is more beautiful between us? When girls saw beautiful women, they couldn't help but want to compare them, especially when they were also peerless beauties. This kind of comparison was like poison that couldn't be cured even if they wanted to. It was only then that Yunxiao came back to his senses. He sighed and said, You're indeed frighteningly beautiful, so beautiful that it's unreal. However, if you want to compare her to Hongyan, Hongyan is naturally more beautiful. In my heart, her beauty is unparalleled and irreplaceable. Lin was stunned. She stood there in a daze, her perfect face showing a dazed expression. This answer was too strange. Since she could remember, no matter who it was, Himi had never lost. This was the first time she had heard this answer, and it was completely different from what she had expected. Are you telling the truth? Of course. After getting an affirmative answer, Lin fell silent. This time, she was silent for a long time, a full hour, which made Xianxia feel very uneasy. He wondered if he had offended her. Lin finally spoke with a cold expression. I'll give you one more chance. Give me a new answer. Her tone was full of threats, and she did not hide her thoughts and intentions at all. She seemed to be unable to accept that someone else was more beautiful than her, even in anyone's heart. Xianxia knew that things were going to be bad. Women were simply unreasonable when they were mad. If Lin kept harping on this matter, it would probably directly affect the battle of the bet later. Luo, you're also very beautiful. Then who is more beautiful, me or Chu Hongyan? Can we stop? I've brought some good tea with me. Let's sit down and have a good chat. Who is more beautiful? Lin's voice suddenly turned sharp, and her eyes shone with a cold light as she stared at Xianxia. Her gaze seemed to penetrate his body and peer into his heart. Fine, I'll say, a beauty is more beautiful. Xianxia heaved a long sigh, thinking that he was finished. Lin suddenly laughed, and her smile was so beautiful that there were no words in the world to describe it. Xianxia was once again stunned by her smile. Chu Hongyan is very happy to have a man like you. But I won't get angry because of your lies, said Lin with a smile. Your expression has already betrayed your answer. No matter how much you try to force her to be more beautiful, you can't change the fact that I'm more beautiful than her. I'm not lying, Xianxia sighed and said. I'm not lying. Since you insist on your own answer, there's nothing wrong with it. I also insist on my own answer, Lin said. She smiled and said, There's not much time left. Let's start. I'll turn all the memories of my battle with Yuri into images, so you can study them carefully. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and thought to himself that he had finally passed the test. This woman was still normal and not crazy, or he would not have been able to handle her. Lin did not speak anymore. Instead, she raised her hand and kept pointing in front of her, which turned into golden runes. Soon, scenes appeared in front of Yunxiao's eyes. The scene of Lin and Luanyu's battle was extremely shocking. That kind of peak confrontation, almost every time it happened, the sky would fall and the earth would crack, and the universe would be overturned. Xianxia even wondered why the heavenly martial realm, which had existed for tens of millions of years, had not been shattered by countless such experts. In just a few hours, Lin had already finished showing the scenes of the battles. There's still more than 10 days left. You should properly comprehend it. With that, Lin disappeared into the void and never appeared again. Xianxia had learned a lot from it. In the battle between the two, Luanyu's fighting style and moves were vividly reflected, and the battle between the two super experts had given him a new understanding of higher-level battles. After Lin left, he fell into deep thought. 10 days later, outside the Golden Wave Grotto Heaven, Luanyu suddenly opened her eyes and let out a long roar. Instantly, a dragon's roar filled the 9 heavens. That sound converged into a line and struck directly into the Golden Wave Grotto Heaven, causing turbulence. The roar of a true dragon. This is the real croak of a true dragon. Luo Qingyun's face was deathly pale. He had almost guessed Luanyu's identity, but he didn't dare to say the answer. Just as the dragon's roar entered the heavenly abode and shocked everyone, Fei and I suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes did not look human at all. She lowered her body and let out a long cry that reverberated in the void. The dragon's cry and Phoenix's cry resonated with each other, and everyone's expression changed. With these two voices, it was as if time and space had returned to the primordial era. In the era when all beings ruled the world, the two top experts had crossed over. The resonance lasted for half an incense's time before it gradually weakened and disappeared. In the heavenly abode, the 3 phoenix feathers that had appeared in the sky dimmed down, as if they were ashes that had been burned by flames. The light in the entire grotto heaven dimmed and fell into the same darkness as the outside world. Kan and Kan's hearts trembled. The place that they had guarded for 100,000 years would probably no longer exist in the future. Tears welled up in their eyes. Fanny was awoken from her deep sleep by the dragon's roar, and her body began to undergo shocking changes. Circles of phoenix patterns appeared on her body, and the mark of a fire cloud of a heavenly phoenix appeared between her brows. Is this power superior to a divine sovereign realm expert? Lin's voice came with unexpected surprise. Faye and I was also overjoyed. She nodded heavily and said, I was still accumulating power, but the dragon's roar ignited my bloodline and turned it into the purest heavenly phoenix primordial fire. My cultivation was raised in an instant and I broke through the shackles. It's actually the will of the heavens. It's really the will of the heavens, Lin said with a sigh. Congratulations, Sister Fanny. Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang also came forward to congratulate him. Humph. What heaven's will, you guys got lucky. Luanyu had already appeared beside Fei and I at some point in time. He looked at Fei and I's transformation with a dark expression. After hearing her words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had made a sound to indicate that he would accept the challenge and suppress the other party with his aura. However, he had not expected to trigger the reaction of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, which directly allowed the other party to gain a great advantage. Fortunately, he was also an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. He quickly changed his mind and shouted, Where's Li Yunxiao? He's still in seclusion, Lin said. He should be coming out soon. I'll go and urge him. Is it useful to sharpen your spear in the face of a battle? Luanyu flicked his sleeves, and his dragons might instantly stirred the air, making a loud sound. His power was incomparably abundant, demonstrating his confidence and strength in winning. Chu Hongyan's face was filled with worry. Fanny did not understand, so Luo Yunshang quickly explained the whole situation. Fanny was shocked. A battle of the bet? My husband must have accepted the challenge for my sake. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not help but tear up. Chu Hongyan forced a smile and said, Silly girl, you have the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix. This true tail feather should be yours. Fei Yang is just following the heavenly Tao. If there's a battle, it should be me, not my husband, Fanny sobbed. Don't be silly, Chu Hongyan said. You've just entered the divine sovereign justice realm. You're definitely not a match for the true dragons Yu. If it's Fei Yang, I'm still very confident. Fanny was not a simple person either. She naturally understood the logic behind this. She held back her tears and nodded heavily. Li Yunxiao, if you're afraid, you can just admit defeat, and you can still keep your life. Luanyu sneered. Hiding like this isn't a solution. You can hide today, but can you hide tomorrow? Can you hide forever? Fanny scolded fiercely. Are you done? A true expert has always been quiet. You keep talking. You're clearly trying to hide the fear in your heart. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid? Luanyu stared at her and laughed. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It seems that the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix will decline again in a person like you. I don't know how many years it will be before I see the successor of the heavenly phoenix again. Fei and I was furious. You say it's declining? Who do you think you are? He was just a worm that had been knocked down to the mortal world by the laws of the heavenly Tao. Did he still think that he was still a true dragon? Bah! Shameless. If I were you, I would punch a hole in the void and hide my head in it, because I would be too embarrassed to see anyone. You coward! Luanyu's face turned green in anger, but he immediately realized that this was the other party's intention. He wanted to disturb his mind before the battle. He scoffed angrily and ignored Fei and I. Instead, he stood there quietly and looked into the hall coldly. Seeing that he was truly enraged, Fanny was overjoyed and continued to curse. Your mother's head is like a rubber ball, kicked to the end of the sky. At the end of the world, there's a ball and that's your mother's head. Yesterday, your house was flooded. Your mom became a water turtle, and your dad became a Momo. Enough! Luanyu finally exploded in anger. With a loud roar, his dragons might burst out, condensing into a physical force that rushed towards Fei and I's body. Like rolling thunder, Fanny was surprised and happy. She giggled and quickly dodged. At the same time, he kept making hand seals, forming an extremely powerful imprint, which blasted out along with the dragon's might. Boom! The seal shattered the dragon's might and pressed towards Luanyu without losing any momentum. This was exactly the result that Fanny wanted to see. She hoped that the Luanqi would explode. Not only would his emotions fluctuate greatly, it would be best if he could fight her first. Bang! Suddenly, a flash of white light struck the seal, and the temperature in the entire palace suddenly dropped. Everything was covered in a layer of frost, as if they were frozen. It was Feng Yaoli, who had blocked the attack for Luanyu with his ice sword. He sneered and said, "Brother Yuri, you are indeed nervous. Otherwise, how could this little girl's few words arouse your anger? You must know that without the wind, without the sail, the heart of a benevolent person will be moved." Luanyu was shocked. Feng Yaoli's words made a lot of sense. If he was not in a state of confusion, he would not have been angered by Fanny. The true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix was of great importance to him, and he had to pay attention to it, which created an inexplicable pressure. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yaoli." Luanyu cupped his fists and the anger on his face immediately dissipated, returning to his calm appearance. His eyes were indifferent, as if nothing in the world could be stained with the dust of his heart. "You monster!" Fei and I was furious and scolded. "Why are you butting in between me and the true dragon? Get lost." Feng Yaoli's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "I don't have a bet. If you anger me, you'll be the first one I'll kill." The cold sword, ice and frost, pointed over, and the soaring cold air immediately seeped into the hearts of the few people, making them shiver. Fanny immediately understood the situation. It would be a waste of time and effort to argue with Feng Yaoli, so she rolled her eyes at him and kept quiet. At this moment, Lin's voice was heard. Li Yunxiao said that he's still in seclusion and asked you to wait a little longer. "What?" Luanyu said coldly. "You actually broke your promise? This is a bet, so he should be declared the loser. The time of the bet is today. Today is just the beginning. There are still 24 hours left," Lin said. Luanyu was speechless. He snorted and said, "Then I'll wait for him for 24 hours. If he still hides like a turtle and doesn't come out, then it's his loss." Then he sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Fanny rolled her eyes and continued to curse. However, Luanyu seemed to have sealed off her 5 senses and 6 senses, turning a deaf ear to her curses. After a while, Fanny felt bored and stopped scolding. At this time, Wei Qing and the others had also entered the palace and stood in front of the hall, facing Chu Hongyan and the others. The 4 gatekeepers had also recovered from their injuries, but their powers had been sealed. Wei Qing did not seem to intend to let them go. "Master," Wei Qing coldly replied, "now that I am the master of these 4, how do you want me to release them?" Was stunned for a moment. Wei Qingji's words left him speechless. He didn't know how to refute and stood there in a daze, dumbfounded. He could only look at Can for help. Can said, "They're just watchdogs. After this battle, they won't be needed anymore. If someone wants them, let them take them away." His words were filled with sorrow and sorrow. Richard was also affected by his emotions and fell silent. What a heavy atmosphere. What's going on? Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky and spread out. Yunxiao's voice came from inside with a smile on his face. "We are all elites of the heavenly martial realm, and all of us are well-mannered people. Why are you standing outside and glaring at us? Why don't we go into the palace and have a few buns and a cup of tea together to calm our anger? I see that everyone's complexion doesn't look too good. Are you constipated? My husband." When she heard the voice, Fanny jumped up in joy and wanted to pounce on her. Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang were also overjoyed, but at the same time, their eyes flashed with worry. "Li Yunxiao." Luanyu suddenly raised his eyes and a cold light shot out from them. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. The spatial fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, it exploded, and with a boom, The force of the explosion dispersed in all directions. A warm light shone down, and Xianxia's figure appeared. With a smile on his cold face, he stepped down. Divine Sovereign Realm. How is this possible? Everyone was in an uproar as they looked at each other. He had actually managed to break through to the realm of a divine sovereign in 30 days. The emotions of the two groups of people in front of the palace were like turbulent rivers and seas, but they were two completely different extremes. Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, Li Yi Luanyu, and the rest were all ashen-faced and extremely ugly. Their faces were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Chu Hongyan was cheering, and the three women rushed up and surrounded Xianxia with joy. Can and Chan were stunned as well. They muttered to themselves, "He actually managed to reach Tao Wu. He's just a divine sovereign justice realm expert. He's just a minion." Yuri Luanyu's face was dark and sinister. He said coldly, "In the end, you rejoiced for nothing. However, the heavens have treated you well. You can experience the pleasure of being a divine sovereign realm expert before you die." His words were filled with jealousy. "Hee. Do you want me to experience this pleasure on you?" Xianxia sneered casually and said, "Then let me fight to my heart's content." "Ha. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Luanyu laughed wildly and said with disdain, "You want to show off in front of me even though you're at the divine sovereign justice realm. It's more like I'll let you die a carefree death. Since you're so ignorant, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Xianxia retorted sarcastically, wagging his finger and saying in disdain, "There's no need to show mercy, just keep your life." "How arrogant! Ignorant! Then let's try it," Luanyu angrily rebuked. If he continued to speak, he would be angered to death by the other party. A sharp killing intent directly exploded from his body, turning into whirlwinds that swirled around, sweeping up sand and stones. Xianxia was not afraid at all. When he looked up, their eyes met, and flames burst out. He hadn't even moved, but the martial arts had already quietly begun from his words and gaze, as well as the confrontation of consciousness and aura. Bang! Bang! The air exploded like a curtain of beads, and the two overbearing forces collided, causing the space to ripple. The two of them moved, leaving only their afterimages as two rays of light shot into the sky. They were green and gold in color, spinning in the sky as if they were chasing each other. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn over, and the palace fell silent. The two-colored light rays revolved around 1,000 feet in diameter before suddenly stopping and colliding with each other. Bang! A huge tremor rang out, and Xianxia, who was in the golden light, was pushed back thousands of feet. So strong! Is this the true dragon's body? Xianxia's face was solemn. Luanyu's dragon body was obviously not complete, but its strength was no less than his. "You're only at the divine sovereign justice realm and have a physical body at the harmonization realm, yet you want to defeat me? Is that even possible?" Luanyu roared and instantly pursued. His dragon fist was like a meteor, burning the air from the friction. A wide line of fire burned in the air, and the layers of space were all blown apart, creating possibilities from the countless impossible. This is what the people chosen by the heavenly Tao should do. Xianxia held the sword with a backhand grip and placed it in front of him. The powerful sword essence turned into a talisman and rose up. 36 northern heaven-cold star swords flickered as they hovered around him. The myriad sword formation appeared above his head, and millions of sword intents churned. Boom! Luanyu's punch smashed into the formation diagram, shattering hundreds of sword intents. A large number of runes exploded, turning into millions of fluorescent lights. A part of the world of swords Xianxia had set up seemed to have collapsed, and his body, together with the tens of millions of sword wills, was once again pushed back hundreds of feet. Luanyu laughed and said, "Ha! Is this the power of the Divine Realm Tablet's master? You're trying to fight for the fate of the Heavenly Tao with me? I'm formed from the power of the Heavenly Tao, so how can you fight for it?" Xianxia smiled contemptuously and said, "The power of the dragon fist is nothing more than this. It's clear that whether it's strength or knowledge, you're laughable to the extreme." He raised the sword in his hand, and a white rainbow lit up in front of him. Suddenly, the sky and earth were pressed down, and the thousands of sword wills in the surroundings gathered and condensed into the sword. His figure fused with the sword, becoming one. Under the surging sword essence, they penetrated from the outside world. For the first time, stars appeared in the dark sky. Star sword slash. Yunxiao's comprehension of sword Dao was all integrated into the sword, which cut through the sky and pierced through the rainbow. In front of the palace, Feng Yaoli's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yi Jian in shock. He was shocked to find that the frost of the cold sword in his body had been affected by the sword will, and it was emitting a cold light. Feng Yaoli's face darkened, and he snorted. The power in his body surged into his dantian, suppressing the restless cold sword and ice. Only then did he return to normal. He was not the only one. The supreme comprehension of the Tao of the sword was interfering with every sword. Chu Hongyan's purple firmament sword was also emitting a bright light, echoing it. Luan Yu's expression finally changed. He clenched his fists in front of him and roared. The true dragon roared at the 9 heavens, and a tremendous dragon might erupted from its body, turning into a boundless dragon realm that crushed the void. There were tens of thousands of dragon shadows galloping in the region, competing for brilliance with the sun, moon, and stars. Dragon fist, infinite light. The entire dragon field trembled under his fist. Wherever the dragon light shone, it was majestic and vast. Luan Yu had transformed into a half-dragon, with towering horns on his head and cold eyes. Obviously, he was also shocked by Yunxiao's sword and did not dare to be careless. The two forces of territory power collided, and everywhere they passed turned into endless darkness. In an instant, the entire heaven domain became as dark as ink. Everyone was shocked. Those who were under the true immortal realm couldn't see the sky clearly anymore. Their eyes and soul consciousness were all swallowed by the endless darkness. They had originally thought that this would be an extremely exciting battle, but the intensity of the battle had exceeded their expectations. They did not expect that the battle would directly enter a life-and-death battle. Suddenly, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation gushed out from the center of the darkness. At the same time, a white ring of light appeared, rippling and washing away the darkness. Finally, a faint light flickered, and in the center of the ripples, 2 figures appeared from time to time, almost sticking together. Luan Yu's pot-sized fist landed on Sword Death's red slash. Both of their bodies were torn to pieces by the shockwaves, and their clothes were dyed red with blood. Luan Yu lowered her head, her pupils shrinking. She stared at the sword and coldly said, "You actually refined my rainbow rough stone into a sword. Oh, I almost forgot. The secret treasure of the true dragon was left behind by you. Thank you." Blood trickled down the corner of Yunxiao's mouth, but he still said with a smile, "You're welcome. Just use your life to thank me." Luan Yu shouted sharply. While his right fist was suppressing the Sword Death's red slash, he suddenly raised his left fist. An infinite amount of light gathered at the tip of his fist, like a sun. "What?" Taken aback, Yunxiao suddenly summoned his 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body, one of which held the Tusada heavenly peak, and smashed it down. In the battle between Lin and Luan Yu that Yunxiao was watching, Luan Yu's true dragon body could increase his strength almost instantly, and it did not take much time for 2 martial techniques of the same power to be used. The body of a true dragon contained the laws of heaven and earth, and it was the most regular and perfect body. Being able to simultaneously display the strongest understanding in speed, strength, defense, and attack, it has many unparalleled advantages. Although Luan Yu's body was still broken at the moment, as a true dragon, he had been through hundreds of battles, and his understanding of martial arts had reached a height that ordinary people could not reach, far above Yunxiao's. At this moment, the Tusada heavenly peak was expanding in the wind. Luan Yu's pupils contracted as he recognized this profound-level weapon. He hurriedly retracted his fist and disappeared on the spot in a flash. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind Yunxiao and threw out another dragon fist. "Forever bright light." Xianxia's transcendence golden body was instantly drowned in the fist light. The infinite light symbolized the infinite space, with no beginning and no end. Three seals as one, break. An angry roar came from the light. Three giant palm prints gathered in the air and turned into a golden dragon that pressed down on the fist power. Boom! The golden dragon let out a roar and its anger disappeared. It raised its head as if it was in great pain. The next moment, its body was penetrated by the infinite light and it turned into a golden light and died. The three giant palm prints that had condensed suddenly disintegrated with a bang sound, like a precious mirror falling to the ground and the water-moon waterfall. The dragon fist was indestructible, like the time and space of the ancient times, eternal between heaven and earth. Bang! Xianxia's transcendence golden body was instantly penetrated and exploded. In front of the palace, both Fei and I and Luo Yunshang let out a cry of surprise. Their bodies trembled a little, and they covered their mouths with their right hands, as if they did not dare to look anymore. Chu Hongyan's face was also pale. Although she knew that Yunxiao had the five elements lightning body and was very difficult to destroy, she was still in a disadvantageous position after a few moves, so it would be extremely difficult for her to turn the tables. Lingmu Di's expression was calm, but his eyes were constantly flickering with a sharp light. No one knew what he was thinking. Luanyu stood alone in the sky, and Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen within 10,000 feet of him. Only dense flashes of lightning. In the endless darkness in the sky, thunderclouds rolled and covered thousands of miles. A lightning technique? Luanyu crossed his arms and sneered coldly. I was born from the power of the realm. Other than the great void jade pure purple mansion Brahma divine thunder, what other thunder in this world can attack me? Boom, boom, boom. As soon as his words fell, the roar of wind and thunder filled the sky, as if they were angered by his words. Lightning flashed under the thunderclouds, and the sky was filled with crackling sounds. As far as the eye could see, the entire area within 1,000 miles was filled with the energy of thunder and lightning, and thousands of lightning bolts were born. This senior can break it with one punch. All of a sudden, circles of lightning star rings gathered over from the four poles far away. Each of them gathered at a point in the sky and then turned into a lightning dragon that lay dormant in the sky and looked down. What? Not only Luanyu, everyone was also shocked as they looked at the scene that filled the sky. It was not only because the number of thunder dragons was constantly increasing, but also because the color of each thunderstar ring was different. In an instant, hundreds of thunder dragons of different colors appeared in the sky, dazzling people's eyes. Luanyu was dumbfounded. Could it be that the mutated lightning elemental Pishio has mastered the power of the origin of lightning? Feng Yaoli's face was also filled with shock. Among the lightning dragons of different colors, he had also seen gold and silver lightning dragons. The energy fluctuation was exactly the same as the one on his body. Seeing more and more thunder dragons of different colors emerge, Luanyu no longer had any doubts. Yunxiao must have mastered the thunder origin power, which was why he could develop the mutated thunder energy on his own. So what if it's the thunder essence? Luanyu let out a loud roar and clasped his hands in front of his body. A green ball of light gathered between his palms, and tens of thousands of lightning dragon talismans flashed. After the ball of light appeared, a dragon domain appeared within 1,000 feet of Yuri. In an instant, countless light balls of various sizes began to gather in the sky above the dragon field. Dragon symbols flickered on them, like countless bubbles hanging in the air. Luanyu's hands had completely turned into dragon claws, and his body was almost in the form of a dragon. Everyone held their breath and watched attentively. They didn't expect that the martial arts competition would cause such a huge commotion. Many old monsters in the eternal world would be alarmed. The thunder star ring in the sky began to condense at a slower speed. When the last few thunder dragons of different colors appeared, the sky became quiet. Everyone looked at the beautiful scene and it was a strong visual impact. However, she didn't feel beautiful at all. She only felt that her whole body was cold, and her hands and feet were ice cold. In this quiet and beautiful night sky, the dragon field was like a paradise. It was completely surrounded by the sea of thunder and lightning, and it seemed to be unaffected by anything. At that moment, Yunxiao's figure finally emerged, but it was a transparent body of thunder, about 1,000 feet tall, burly and fierce, and he was staring coldly at Luanyu. The two of them looked at each other from a distance, their gazes cold. Finally, Yunxiao raised his hand, and the ancient Maha character of thunder appeared on his palm. It was slightly different from the one on the heavenly hammer, but upon closer inspection, it had been modified and was very similar to the runic seal on Lei Meng's body. 1,000 lightning movement. Silence. Yunxiao clapped his hand and pressed it down on the dragon field. A burst of rapid wind and thunder exploded in people's ears, and then the sky became strangely quiet. Only tens of thousands of thunder dragons could be seen, but no sound was heard. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all shocked. There was a limit to the frequency that everyone's eardrums could capture. When the sound exceeded this range, it would not be captured by people. In addition to the strong lightning and thunder in the sky, there were also visible sound waves surging. The sky was like a wrinkled spring water, full of patterns, and could not be seen clearly. Luanyu's expression was extremely unsightly. Although the 10,000 lightning bolts had yet to arrive, the trembling of the space had already caused the qi and blood in his body to surge. Dragon's sigil seal. Law is one. Luanyu slowly turned her hands, and the ball of light also turned. In the sky above the dragon field, which was 1,000 feet around her, countless balls of light also started to turn. At the same time, hundreds of millions of runes flew out from the field, like startled forest birds. No one could hear anything, and it was really silent. Tens of thousands of thunder dragons rushed into the dragon field and exploded in powerful lightning. The dragon realm began to tear and disintegrate under the impact of the 10,000 dragons. The tens of millions of dragon talismans flashed and turned into sharp blades that shot out. Each of them tore a crack in the sea of thunder and hell of lightning. In an instant, the entire thunder world was riddled with holes. A large amount of terrifying lightning energy was lost from the cracks, and the sky was covered in darkness. Finally, the first explosion was heard. It was deafening and came from the sky with a rumble. There was only a visual impact. After the collision of the main forces, a large amount of aftershocks dissipated, and the sound frequency finally dropped to the range of human ears. Those warriors below the god realm all had their eardrums ruptured and blood flowed out. Not only that, his consciousness was also shaken by the sound, causing his mind to be in a daze and unable to think. How can he be so strong? Wei Qing looked at the sky in horror, his eyes filled with deep fear. He was now filled with regret that he had not tried his best to kill Yunxiao earlier. Now, Yunxiao had finally grown to a level that he could not destroy. Even Wei Wuya's expression was extremely unsightly, and he didn't say anything. Humph, the master of the divine realm tablet, the one chosen by the heavenly Tao, is not an ordinary person. The referee looked at their ashen faces and felt great joy in his heart. Luo Qingyun felt the blood in his body boiling. He was so excited that he couldn't help but want to scream. Clang! The desolate god Bright Moon Spear was suddenly unsheathed. It circled around the palace and was once again caught in his hand. Clang! It shook the ground, causing the ground to crack. There seemed to be the shadow of a Huangshan beast moving on the spear, and the power of the weapon was accompanied by the violent aura of Luo Qingyun. What are you doing? Little brat, are you looking for a beating? At this moment, Luo Qingyun's entire body was gradually turning red, as if blood was flowing on the surface of his body. It was bright and dripping, which was very strange. What's wrong with you? Wei Qing was shocked and asked with concern. Luo Qingyun's entire body was red, but his face was as white as paper. He gritted his teeth and shook his head, only raising his head to look at the sky. On one hand, his body was suppressed by the ruling plume, but on the other hand, he was so excited by this vast martial arts battle scene that he couldn't control himself. He almost couldn't help but want to raise his spear and charge into the sky to kill. Li Yunxiao, you've gone so far that you've left me behind? His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. His dragon eyes began to turn scarlet as scales grew on his body, and he transformed into a dragon on the spot. "Is there something wrong with your body?" Wei Qing was shocked. After all, Luo Qingyun was the first successful 10th-rank dragon blood test subject. The path he took was unprecedented, and no one knew what this test subject would encounter in the future. "I'm fine," Luo Qingyun suddenly roared, and a violent aura surged out of his body. The people around him couldn't help but step back in fear that something would happen to him and they would be implicated. What a strange feeling. Lin's voice drifted out from the hall. "This dragon blood Xianxia." She seemed to be stunned for a moment, unable to understand it. Then, a colorful light suddenly shot out of the hall and fell on Luo Qingyun's body without any warning. Luo Qingyun's body trembled, and his eyes, which were originally filled with ferocity, suddenly became dull. "What are you doing?" Wei Qing shouted in anger, glaring at the hall. Ling Mu Di and the others also frowned. Their eyes fell on Luo Qingyun's body, and they saw that the red bloodlight seemed to have a strange color. They didn't know what Lin had done. The hall was silent. Lin did not speak again. On the other hand, Luo Qingyun's face turned red, finally as bright as the color of his body. The hand that was holding the desolate god's moon spear kept trembling, as if it was in great pain. Wei Qing pointed at the palace and angrily rebuked, "My lord, what have you done? Why don't you say it out loud, instead of being so sneaky?" Kan's killing intent gathered as he shouted, "Does my lord need to report to you what he's doing? Don't make any noise here, or I'll kill you right now." Kan and Yan's bodies were filled with killing intent, causing Wei Qing to not dare to act rashly. His face darkened and he did not say anything. Feng Yaoli had been staring at Luo Qingyun since Lin had made her move. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "He actually broke through." "What?" The surrounding people were all shocked. The pained expression on Luo Qingyun's face slowly eased, and the bright red color on his body faded away. A wave of realm fluctuation that surpassed everyone slowly spread out from Luo Qingyun's body. "Duh! A divine sovereign justice realm." Wei Qing cried out and stood there in a daze. His mind was a little dull. Yao Jinliang and Li Yi were even more affected, and the shadow in their hearts was so large that it could not be calculated. Li Yi even directly called out, "What? Impossible! Did my lord make a mistake?" Wei Oing's heart was filled with complicated feelings. He even had a glimmer of hope that he had made a mistake, but reality was often cruel. This Tao Wu has already reached the divine sovereign realm? Luo Qingyun was also a little confused and found it hard to believe. Kan said coldly, "It's extremely difficult for you to cross the barrier of cultivation. However, it's a piece of cake for Lady Lin. Hurry up and thank her." Luo Qingyun also knew that it was the effect of the colorful light just now. His originally wild and uncontrollable qi and blood calmed down under the colorful light and helped him to break through the barrier. "Many thanks, my lord." Luo Qingyun cupped his fists and bowed with sincerity. If not for Lin's intervention, forget about breaking through. His qi and blood might have been in turmoil, and he might have even been in danger of exploding. "No need to thank me, I just thought it was fun. Whether your future path is good or bad, how you will walk, it all depends on you. Actually, I'm also very curious." Lin's voice came faintly. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, sir," Luo Qingyun said seriously. He also understood his body's condition. He was probably the first person in history to have man-made God's blood and modified gene body. No one knew whether the future would be good or bad. There was no more sound in the palace, and silence was restored. Luo Qingyun didn't say anything else, but his heart was filled with gratitude. After that, he calmed down and stabilized his cultivation realm while watching the battle between Yunxiao and Yuri. The way Wei Qing and the others looked at him, with the exception of Feng Yaoli, had changed. Li Yi's jealousy was so intense that it almost burned his brain. His hair was standing on end and he was so angry that he wondered why he did not get such a good thing. Yao Jinliang finally couldn't take it anymore. He walked forward, cupped his fists and said loudly, "Lady Lin, I am Yao Jinliang. I have been stuck at the peak of the returning to reality realm for a long time. I hope you can give me some advice. The palace was still silent, without a single sound, as if it was empty. Yao Jinliang was not willing to give up. He asked for guidance again, but still no one responded. Haha. Lady Lin's silence means that you're not qualified. Hurry up and get lost. The referee laughed out loud and looked at him sarcastically. Yao Jinliang's face turned pale with anger. He glared at the palace fiercely, then turned around and returned to Wei Qing and the others. He felt that the way everyone looked at him had changed, and he couldn't help but feel his face burn. Wei Qing's face was also gloomy and his expression was complicated. Now that Luo Qingyun had actually broken through to the divine sovereign justice realm, his strength had directly surpassed his. He was afraid that it would no longer be easy to control. A great sense of urgency welled up in his heart, and his desire for the divine sovereign justice realm had never been so strong before. At this moment, the sky had been riddled with holes by the two's power. The entire area within a radius of several thousand miles was magnetized by the lightning's might, and electric current beams were surging back and forth everywhere. The dragon field had turned into a black hole where the ruling plume had been standing. It was like an endless abyss, swallowing all divine senses and eyes. No one could see what was happening inside. Not even Yunxiao could. Crack, crack. A bolt of lightning flickered in front of the black hole and gradually elongated, turning into Yunxiao's figure, who was staring at it with a solemn face. When their territories exploded, the entire dragon field turned into a black hole and devoured everything. The ruling plume had been sucked in, and its whereabouts were unknown. Yunxiao took out a large number of medicinal pills and swallowed them like beans. With his current cultivation at the divine sovereign justice realm, many medicinal pills were almost useless to him. However, it was still better to replenish whatever he could. It was better than just standing there and doing nothing. Suddenly, the black hole began to spin and slowly spread out, like a drop of ink falling into water, spreading out a large number of fibrous roots. This is a Xianxia. Yunxiao was holding a handful of pills in his hand and was about to stuff them into his mouth when he was stunned by the changes in the black hole. Not only him, but the people in front of the palace were also stunned. They looked into the distance. The nebula transformed by the black hole was like a flower that was gradually blooming. In the sky where electric currents were everywhere, a stunning black rose had bloomed. Yunxiao was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. The black rose was too huge, and it was still expanding. It was stunningly beautiful. A sigh also sounded from the palace. It was Lin's voice. She could not help but sigh. What beautiful roses! I haven't had such a beautiful feeling in a long time. Yunxiao put down his hand and let the pill fall off. He seemed to be attracted by the beauty of the rose as he stood quietly in the sky, his face extremely calm. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion in the air pierced through this peaceful and beautiful scene. Luanyu suddenly appeared behind Yunxiao and threw a punch. The tip of his fist was shining with an infinite light, and it easily pierced through his back and chest. Chu Hongyan and the other two girls couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and they were so frightened that tears almost flowed out of their eyes. Eft! Yunxiao's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? You were clearly sucked in by that black hole. It's impossible for you to slip away under my eyes. Hee hee. A smug look flashed across Luanyu's face, and a ripple appeared in his eyes. He seemed to finally heave a sigh of relief. I did not come out. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. Did you not fall into it at all? How is that possible? Luanyu said ferociously. You have a moon pupil in your right eye. What kind of illusionary technique can deceive you? My understanding of the moon pupil clan is even better than yours, so I've never thought of using an illusion. Then your chi. Yunxiao couched Ud another mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were almost crushed. His aura plummeted, and he kept coughing up blood. Luan Yu's dragon claws pierced through his chest and formed seals in front of his chest. A dragon talisman appeared on each of his fingertips. It was as if an extremely powerful force was suppressing his transformation into a lightning body. He could only let his blood flow out and at the same time his life force. You're going to die anyway, so I don't mind telling you. Once my dragon realm is overturned, it will turn into an endless black hole, and I can tear open space and leave at any time. Do you think the black hole will turn into a rose by itself? Ha ha, childish. Because this rose has always been my dragon realm power. Luan Yu's other hand suddenly raised up. His 5 fingers continuously made hand seals, and thousands of dragon talismans flew out from his body. The huge whirlpool rose began to turn from black to red, and it shrank rapidly. Finally, it condensed into a bright and dripping rose, as if it was covered in blood, and fell from the sky. You will die under my dragon domain star cloud art. The rose seemed to have condensed the power of the nebula, swaying and floating. Although the rose was beautiful, it made people's faces turn ashen. Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the rose in horror. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at the seal in Luan Yu's hand. What kind of spell is this? It can actually suppress my lightning transformation. Humph, all the laws in the world are rules. I'm a true dragon, and the divine arts I have are countless like the sand in the Ganges, uncountable. Luan Yu sneered and said, however, it's truly shocking that you're able to cultivate to the innate 5 elements body. However, as the old saying goes, full of losses, modest gains. Just when you thought that the innate 5 elements body was immortal, you had already buried your cause of death. It just so happens that I know this technique, the Dark Dragon Seal, that especially used to deal with 5-element spiritual bodies. On the dragon claw, 5 dragon runes were arranged in a regular pattern, and a seal vaguely emerged, suppressing Yunxiao's body from turning into thunder. Chu Hongyan and the others couldn't help but want to rush into the sky, but they were stopped by Lingmu Di, who scolded, calm down, you're not dead yet. Yunxiao could not move at all, and he was in a very weak state. His vitality was flowing out with the large amount of blood. Even without the red rose, he would not be able to live long. So that's how it is. Nether Dragon Seal? It's really amazing. Can you teach me? I really want to learn. Yunxiao suddenly looked up and said softly. Luan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, killing intent erupting from the depths of his eyes as he sternly shouted, what are you doing? Yunxiao grabbed his dragon arm, pushed his body back, pressed his back against Luan Yu's body, and pierced himself with the sword. Swish! The sword passed through his chest and stabbed into Luan Yu's body at the same time. With a clang, it was blocked by the dragon scales. However, the ice heart flame on the sword death's red slash broke through the dragon scale defense and successfully stabbed in. Eft! Luan Yu grunted and finally could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood on Yunxiao's body. The dragon's blood was burning, and Yunxiao's skin was immediately corroded, causing a large area of his body to rot. But it was soon blocked by the light glass body, which was constantly repairing itself. What a ruthless move. He actually sacrificed himself for a noble cause. But is there any meaning to this? Luan Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as she angrily said, you're going to die anyway. You're just venting your anger before you die. I'll be merciful and let you be happy. Hee hee, really? Suddenly, Yunxiao's lips curled up into a smile. His body gradually glowed with lightning, and then he kept turning into lightning and disintegrating. A vortex of lightning appeared where his chest had been pierced through. Luan Yu's arm had also passed through the vortex. At this moment, it was covered by a large amount of lightning, which continuously struck the dragon scales. What? Luan Yu cried out involuntarily, as if he had seen a ghost. He was in a state of confusion as he roared madly, L'impossible! How are you going to turn into lightning under my netherworld dragon seal? It's impossible even if you have the innate 5 elements body. He had once used this move to kill an innate 5 elements spirit body without fail. Yes, this move of yours is indeed very powerful. I didn't expect you to have a move that could suppress the 5 elements spirit body. It's really dangerous. Yunxiao's body turned into thunder and lightning from where the dragon arm had pierced through, flashing in the sky and looking extremely dazzling. He slowly turned his body around and faced Luanyu directly. The sword in his hand pushed forward a little, causing Luanyu to groan again and blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Impossible. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? Luanyu was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Not only was his mind in a mess, but even his mind was in a mess. All the laws in the world are rules. My dark dragon seal is the rule that suppresses the power of the 5 elements. How can it be ineffective? I've said it before. Only those who have been chosen by the heavenly Tao should accomplish the impossible. If you can only do what anyone can do, what's the use of the heavenly Tao? Yunxiao's eyes were cold, and his killing intent burst out. You're not injured. Luanyu suddenly discovered that Yunxiao's face had turned pale because of the great consumption of energy, and there was no blood on it. I understand. He suddenly shouted, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He said angrily, "You're not even injured." In other words, Luo, you've already turned into lightning from the very beginning. After thinking for a while, he finally understood that it was not that his nether dragon seal had failed, but that Yunxiao had long turned into thunder and covered it up with an illusion, deceiving him all this time. Yunxiao nodded. That's right. I didn't know what method you would use to attack me, so I transformed into a thunder body and covered it up with an eye sorcery. He opened his eyes. His right eye was blood red while his left eye was pitch black. Normal pupillary abilities would not work on you, so I only used them on myself. Furthermore, it was only a small area of concealment. At first, I thought that my caution was unnecessary, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. The strange look in Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal, and a look of lingering fear flashed in his eyes as he said, "Never in my dreams would I have thought that there would be a technique in the world that could suppress the elemental essence conversion of the 5 elements spirit body." Luanyu seemed to be extremely unwilling as he roared, "I've been trapped in that black hole. How did you know that I would appear behind you and attack you? Don't tell me that you sensed it instinctively. My star cloud incantation is inside the black hole, so you can't detect it. It's interesting to talk about it. Do you think I'll tell you that Lady Lin has shown me the memory of your battle through a video?" Yunxiao sneered. "Do you think I'll tell you? I've already seen you use this move a few times. I've been on guard since your dragon realm turned into a black hole. You're right. There's an old saying, full of losses, modest gains. Just when you thought that with the dark dragon seal suppressing my 5 elements spiritual body, you would be able to achieve an extraordinary victory, you've buried your cause of death." Yunxiao returned those words to Luanyu. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and demonic runes appeared on his arms as he poured all his demonic power into the sword Death's red slash. The ice fiend heart flame burned up with a whooshing sound, turning into a vortex and striking toward Luanyu's wound. Luanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew the might of the ice fiend heart flame. If this thing burned into his body, not only would he lose this battle without a doubt, even his life would be in danger. Don't underestimate this senior. Luanyu let out a wild roar. His entire body was shimmering with golden light, and all of his dragon scales appeared. Moreover, he grabbed the sword with one hand. A wave of vast dragon might blocked the ice fiend heart flame a foot in front of him, and it could no longer advance. The muscles in his body began to contract towards the sword's hilt, gradually forcing the sword Death's red slash out. Yunxiao was taken aback. He did not expect the dragon body to be so strong. His left hand formed a sword spell, and purple lightning flickered as he struck it towards Yuri's eyes. "You're wicked." Luanyu gave a furious roar as he pulled his right hand out of Yunxiao's thunderous body and swung his tail like a golden iron. The golden tail hit Yunxiao's seal and stirred up a ring of lightning. Luanyu only felt a sharp pain in his tail. The purple lightning had pierced a hole in it like a sword, causing blood to burst out. However, he couldn't care about this now. He grabbed the red sword of death with both hands and used the physical strength of his dragon body to force the sword out. Yunxiao was also anxious. He had almost had great expectations when he stabbed Luanyu with his sword, but now he was shocked to find that he could not kill her. Moreover, the material of the sword death's red slash was limited, and it was not very strong. Under the violent pressure of the ruling plume, it actually began to bend. "Go to hell!" Luanyu roared and suddenly raised his hand. The red rose in the sky fell between his fingers. With a flick of his finger, it shot out. Dragon Field Nebula Art. The distance between the two was too short, and Yunxiao instinctively sensed great danger. No longer caring about killing Luanyu, he suddenly pulled back the sword death, turned into a thunderbolt, and fled backward. The rose suddenly spread apart, its petals falling and turning into the power of a territory, which caught up with Yunxiao in an instant. Boom! Yunxiao summoned a sword realm with his sword to block the power of the star cloud incantation, while the dozens of deedles turned into blood-red blades and slashed down. Boom! 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 Yunxiao's blood and qi were tumbling, and he finally suffered an internal injury, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. After taking dozens of slashes, his body was sent sliding hundreds of feet in the air. Only when the power of the dragon realm disappeared did he put the sword down. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. The two of them were thousands of feet away from each other in the sky. They looked at each other coldly and kept adjusting their inner yuan. Yunxiao had used up a lot of his energy in the fight with several big moves, or he would not have been injured by the Dragon Field Nebula art. Luanyu's injuries were even more serious. Yunxiao had stabbed him with a sword, and the dragon scales on his chest had been broken by the sword qi and the ice fiend heart flame. The flesh and blood around the wound had been burned into charcoal, making it difficult for him to recover in a short time. Otherwise, with his dragon body, it would not be a big deal if he was injured by a sword. Lingmu Di exhaled heavily and said, "I knew this kid wouldn't die so easily. I was really scared just now. But isn't that Jiu's strength a little too abnormal? It's hard for husband to win," Fei and I said anxiously. "Perverted." Lingmu Di rolled his eyes at him and said, "True Dragon Luanyu now has the cultivation base of Void Realm, and he has the body of a true dragon. He can crush Yunxiao in any aspect, but he is at a disadvantage. Who do you think is more abnormal?" These words made everyone's hearts beat wildly. Feng Yaoli's eyes were also filled with gloom and coldness. If he were to fight against Luanyu, he wouldn't have the confidence to win either. But Yunxiao had suppressed Yuri, which made him wary. Cough, cough. Luanyu coughed out blood continuously in the sky, coughed out the waste blood that had accumulated in his body, and adjusted his dragon essence. "I never dreamed that you could actually hurt me. There will only be more and more things that you can't even dream of," Yunxiao said. "That also proves that you are no longer suitable for this era. I don't care if you were a dragon or an insect in the past, you should be an ancient being." Luanyu was furious and said hatefully, "You're not qualified to make me die. What's the use of being tough with your mouth?" Yunxiao sneered. "The blood on your body has already proved my qualification." Luanyu fell silent and suddenly said, "Do you know why I've never used a weapon even though I have so many treasures on me? The body of a true dragon is the best weapon," Yunxiao said after some thought. "What other weapons do you want?" "You're right. The true dragon's body itself is the world's strongest weapon. Every part of my body is comparable to a top-tier weapon. Even when I refined the world sword back then, I was just playing with it." Luanyu's expression turned cold as he said, "That's why a dragon's body is immortal, and you can't kill me." He pointed at his chest and said, "And this sword wound will recover in no time." "Ha ha! Lord Yuri, you're feeling guilty. If I could really recover quickly, would you still be telling me these meaningless things?" Yunxiao sneered. "I'm not a fool. You'll most likely calm your mind and recuperate, waiting to recover before fighting me again. But you didn't." He only emphasized how strong he was. "Wasn't this a sign of a guilty conscience? It's clear that the sword did hurt you. I was worried before because I didn't know about your injuries, but now I have a better understanding." "You coward!" Cough, cough. Luanyu's anger attacked his heart, and he couldn't help but cough up another large mouthful of blood. His body's functions rapidly declined. Yunxiao's sword had indeed wounded him, and the wound left by the ice fiend heart flame was healing extremely slowly. Oh, it seems that your injuries are more serious than I thought. A murderous look flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he slowly walked forward with the sword in his hand. The moon pupil in his right eye and the demonic pupil in his left eye both flickered with light in case Yuri was up to something. However, under the observation of his two eyes, the aura of the dragon was indeed continuously decreasing. The ruling plume was not in its complete dragon body at the moment, so its strength was naturally not as terrifying as the legend said. Lord Yuri, I know that you are very unwilling to accept this, but the choice of the heavenly Taos, even if you can't accept it, you have to accept it. While Yunxiao was speaking to distract Luanyu, in case he came up with any tricks, he forced him to go forward. He walked to a distance of 1,000 feet, a distance that could be used to attack and defend. Only then did he raise the sword death to cut the red, and the sword in his left hand was raised high. Once again, billions of stars flickered in the sky, vanishing in a flash. Luanyu's face was filled with anger. He raised his hand, and his dragon fist flickered with an infinite amount of light. He roared repeatedly as he poured power into his fist. Instantly, it aggravated his injuries, causing him to continuously spit out fresh blood. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at Luanyu. The latter's injuries were indeed very serious, and the blood he coughed out was mixed with pieces of his internal organs, which could not be faked. Lord True Dragon, you're really old. Ancient true dragons were almost invincible existences in the legends. They never dreamed that they would one day be beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Yunxiao sighed, then suddenly thrust his sword forward. Star sword slash. Dragon fist infinite light. Boom! The two forces collided, but it was much weaker than the first time the two had collided. After all, they had both used up a lot of energy. The violent light hit the two men, and Yunxiao felt as if thousands of blades were slashing down on his body, causing him great pain. However, under the wondrous spiritual eyes, he could see that the scales on the Luanyu's body were also continuously broken under the impact of the attack, and they were almost on the verge of collapse. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. Yunxiao made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps forward against the pain before he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of soil and stones breaking came. It was very soft, but it did not escape Yunxiao's ears, although he did not know what was going on. As soon as he heard the voice, Yunxiao instinctively felt that something was wrong, and a great danger rose in his heart, as if he had fallen into a trap. How could this be? His heart trembled slightly. Although he couldn't understand, his careful nature made him instantly decide to give up. The sword that had just slashed out was suddenly pulled back and abruptly retreated. So quick-witted, you only want to escape now? Luanyu's indifferent voice was heard. There was no emotion in it, but it made one's body turn cold. Bang! Bang! The air exploded one after another as the dragon's body shattered the space and moved to Yunxiao's side in an instant, its claw falling down like a falling sky. Yunxiao was so shocked that he did not have time to think about it. He also threw out a palm of wind and cloud to meet the dragon claw. Boom! When the two forces collided, Yunxiao had just performed the star sword slash, and the power of the palm of gale and cloud was too weak, so it was blown up by the dragon claw. The giant claw fell and instantly caught Yunxiao in its palm. At the same time, Luanyu performed an incantation gesture with her other hand and struck Yunxiao's chest. Yunxiao found that his body seemed to be confined, and he could not move. Dark Dragon Seal. Yunxiao cried out in alarm, his face turning pale. It's the Dark Dragon Seal. Could it be fake again? Luanyu laughed triumphantly as he looked at Yunxiao in his claws. He was like a bird in a cage, unable to escape even if it had wings. How is that possible? Your strength is obviously weak. Yunxiao tried his best to resist the giant claw and kept prying apart Luanyu's fingers. Luanyu snickered and said, If I let you transform into lightning, who knows how long this martial arts duel will drag on for? As he opened and closed his mouth, a large amount of blue light flashed. Xiao suddenly came to a realization as if he had been electrocuted. Dragon crystal. Haha. It's the dragon crystal. Yu laughed wildly. This lord is a true dragon. How can I not have a dragon crystal in my hands? Although it can't recover my injuries, it can allow my power to directly recover to its peak state. Xiao cursed in his heart. He had neglected such a heaven-defying item. The dragon crystal was the product of failure when a true dragon was born in the world. It could instantly revive the descendants of the dragon with full blood. Although its effect would be weakened on a true dragon, Yuri took out all of its treasures and swallowed them all at once. The injuries in his body were immediately suppressed, and his strength was restored to its peak, even stronger. In order to trick you into coming here, I deliberately tore the wound on my chest even more seriously, just for this. Yu's eyes were cold, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. He coldly said, "You're right, victory or defeat depends on this one move. Ha ha ha." In front of the palace, Feng Yaoli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Old Ginger is spicier. Xiao is indeed smart and witty, but Yu is as cunning as a seasoned veteran. In order to set up a trap, she even risked her life, which is a little worse than Li Yunxiao's cunning. Li also smiled and nodded. He's really dead this time. When Luo Qingyun had advanced to the divine sovereign realm, he had been so jealous that his chest had almost exploded. Now that he saw Xiao dying, he felt a little better. We don't want the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather anymore. We admit defeat, Fanny said anxiously. Admit defeat? Haha. Is there such a thing as admitting defeat in this competition? Feng Yaoli sneered, his face full of mockery. In the palace, Lin did not say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lord Mu Di, quickly think of a way. Chu Hongyan also became anxious and said, "We can't let him kill Fei Yong." Ling Mu Di's face was also solemn. Under such circumstances, he could not think of any other way for Xiao to turn the tide. But he was not willing to lose like this. All right. Ling Mu Di sighed and said, "If Xiao admits defeat, we'll immediately save him." Feng Yaoli's lips curled into a sneer. As long as Ling Mu Di and the others made a move, he would stop them immediately. If Xiao was killed by Yu, he would be able to seize Huado's soul. In the sky, Yu grabbed Xiao and said in a cold voice, "Let's end it here. Master of the Divine Realm Tablet, you should be proud that you have forced me into such a situation." Xiao's face flickered, and countless thoughts ran through his mind. Under the circumstances that his strength could not resist the dragon claw, and the thunder body was locked, there was nothing he could do. Yu suddenly opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately, a dragon's roar reverberated out and resounded through the 9 heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The space around Yu was instantly shattered, like a flat mirror that had been shattered into countless fragments and scattered into the void. Roar of the true dragon. Xiao instantly thought of this move. Yu's ultimate skill was the roar of the true dragon, which not only attacked the physical body, but also the soul. It seemed that Yu not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to destroy his soul. This was the last thought he had before he was hit. The terrifying sound wave immediately hit his body, and blood instantly burst out from his 7 orifices. The light glass body kept operating, barely resisting the sound wave. However, with the pressure of the dragon claw, a large number of meridians burst. In an instant, Xiao was covered in blood, unable to put up any resistance. Flying! Chu Hongyan screamed miserably and rushed into the sky. Fanny, Yunshang, Ling Mu Di, and Bai Mingnan were also sent flying in an instant. Xiao was bound to lose, and if they did not save him now, he would probably lose his life. Suddenly, an ice-cold sword chi broke through the air and pressed down in front of everyone. It was as if an unsurpassable coldness was placed in front of everyone. Feng Yaoli's figure flashed, and he stood on the other side of the ice river with his sword in hand. He sneered, "In a martial arts duel, if someone admits defeat, it doesn't count as admitting defeat. As a bystander, I have the responsibility to maintain fairness." "Fair? I'm going to kill you," Fei and I shouted with all her might. Her boundless anger turned into flames and formed the phantom of a heavenly phoenix in the dark night. The extremely high temperature was scorching the ice river. To Feng Yaoli's shock, he found that his ice sword was trembling under the power of the heavenly phoenix genuine fire. A great success in the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix? Not only did Fei and I raise her strength to the peak, the rest of the people also made their moves, preparing to defeat Feng Yao with a single blow to save the others. At the same time, the powerful sound waves shattered the sky. Everyone covered their ears, and some of the weaker ones even rolled on the ground in pain. Luo Qingyun struggled painfully under the dragon's might. He knelt on the ground with one knee and tried to support his body. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes. The strong consciousness of a martial artist made him unwilling to kneel. However, his soul was filled with an innate fear of a true dragon, and that fear spread through his entire body. "No! I can't kneel! I can't kneel!" Luo Qingyun suddenly roared, and a dragon's roar was also heard. Although it was instantly shattered by Luan Yu's dragon's roar, courage was summoned from the blood in his body, and the fear in his soul was dispelled. He stood up from the ground with iron bones. "Li Yunxiao, even I can overcome my innate fear, so you can't die in his hands." Luo Qingyun suddenly lifted his spear and flew up. He turned into a dragon and also rushed toward the ice river. "Luo Qingyun!" Wei Qing was furious and shouted, but he couldn't order him. Wei Qing's face was dark and vulture-like. His anger surged, and his bony fingers clenched so tightly that they made explosive sounds. "All of you, calm down," Feng Yaoli said coldly. He glanced around. If everyone joined forces, he would not be able to take it. In an instant, he transformed into Huidou's true form and used the Taiji sky sealing seal to seal everything within 1,000 miles. Everyone who was executing their ultimate skills suddenly felt that time and space had been shackled. The strength in their bodies was instantly suppressed, and they were unable to use their ultimate skills at all. Bai and Ken were also shocked. They felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the Taiji seal that extended for 1,000 miles. Chu Hongyan and the others almost passed out. Their faces were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. In the sky 10,000 miles in front of them, Yun Xiao was unable to resist the huge dragon claw. Not only was his body covered in blood, and he almost lost consciousness, but the sound waves also poured into his spiritual altar and spiritual ocean and began to wreak havoc, destroying his soul. Suddenly, a golden light shone in his spiritual ocean as Yun Xiao's origin consciousness materialized and sat cross-legged on it. As he performed incantation gestures with both hands, an ancient Maha character emerged around him to resist the impact of the sound wave. As the dragon roared, the ancient characters kept shattering, turning into golden powder and falling on Yun Xiao's body. Soon, he had turned into a golden man. Boom! The Maha ancient characters were all shattered, and the dragon roar finally landed on his body in his sea of consciousness. His entire spiritual altar shook, and he almost exploded. "You can't!" Yun Xiao's origin consciousness cried out, and suddenly, a sealed door of memory seemed to open in his spiritual ocean. "All things are born from one qi. The sky is clear and the earth is turbid. The number of Dian is 50, and at 40, there are 9 Swani. The number of heavens is 5, the number of earth is 5. Now that you've obtained my inheritance, I'll send you into samsara. The rest will depend on your own luck. If I can reincarnate, I will definitely open this door one day and obtain the complete analysis of my great expansion divine technique." Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as his lost memories in the Tiandang Mountains came back one by one, and the gloominess of the divine art that he had been pondering over for years was instantly cleared up. "So the analysis of the Shin technique has always been in my spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. It was just that it was sealed by Yen Shin. He's afraid that after I reincarnated, my cultivation wouldn't be high enough and I would activate the great expansion divine technique, causing my soul to be destroyed." Yun Xiao was overjoyed. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a golden light emerged from his body. The ancient Maha characters in the divine incantation appeared in the void one by one, falling down like mountains. Boom! 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 With each word, the dragon's roar was suppressed a little. Then, the entire spiritual altar began to ripple and emit a dense white light. At first, it was as quiet as a calm lake. Then, it was like the rising tide of the sea. With the fall of the Maha-ancient character, the white light became stronger and stronger. Finally, it accumulated to a certain extent. Like a lake water that burst out of a dam, it rushed out of the sea of consciousness. Boom! Xianxia, who was held by the true dragon's giant claw, suddenly glowed with a white light and blocked the roar. What? Luanyu jumped in shock. She originally thought that it was about to end, but she didn't expect a sudden change. The hearts of Chu Hongyan and the others also jumped out, and their eyes were wide open. They could not imagine that there would be a change in the situation. Feng Yaoli, who was on the other side of the ice river, was also stunned. He was almost dumbfounded. Could that bright light be a Xianxia? Right, it is indeed the warlock god's light. In the palace that had been silent for a long time, Lin's voice rang out once again. She was also a little surprised as she said, "And this light feels familiar? Could it be Yenshen? Yunxiao?" Lingmu Di's heart jolted, and he hurriedly said, "Li Yunxiao was also transmitted by the Great Expansion Divine Technique." What? Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "He actually inherited Tushin methodology? This is impossible." He had cultivated the true primordial tactics, so he naturally understood the origins of these 4 divine tactics. He also knew how terrifying their power was. He could not even reach the peak by cultivating one of them, let alone Yunxiao, who had 2. What he did not know was that Yunxiao had collected the rest of the 4 divine arts. But because of the limitations of his talent and cultivation base, he could not cultivate them one by one. Lin ignored Feng Yaoli and said slowly, "So that's how it is. This light shouldn't be his. It was most likely something that Yen Shun had sealed in his body and was forced out by the true dragon's roar." TSK. TSK. How interesting. In my lord's opinion, which one of them will win this battle? Lingmu Di asked. If I could foresee it, wouldn't it be better to just give him the heavenly phoenix's true tail feather? Lin said indifferently, "Why did he create such a situation? The only thing I know is that Luanyu is going to suffer." When Chu Hongyan and the others heard their conversation, they were all shocked and anxious. They could not understand what was going on until Lin said the last sentence. The 3 women were slightly relieved. In the sky, Yunxiao's sorcerer god's light rushed out of his body and struck the sound wave back in an instant, causing Luanyu's head to hurt. What's going on? Luanyu roared loudly, his eyes almost bloodshot. Impossible! This is the light of the warlock god. Even the light of the warlock god cannot block my croak of the true dragon. What is going on? He was about to explode with anger. Yunxiao had not died even after this, which drove him completely mad. He raised his fist again and gathered an infinite amount of light. All of a sudden, Yunxiao's eyes widened. They were bloodshot, and all kinds of runes covered his eyes. The white light of the warlock god suddenly stopped, and a powerful spiritual power directly gathered in his eyes, pouring out through the moon pupils. Divine skill sky lacking. Boom! Luanyu only felt as if someone had smashed his sea of consciousness with a hammer. The infinite light on the dragon fist also dissipated under the gaze of the moon pupil. It's the eye race's god skill. Luanyu's heart trembled. He hugged his head with both hands and wailed in pain. Impossible! How can your spiritual power be so strong? It was as if there were thousands of steel needles stabbing into his sea of consciousness, causing him to have a splitting headache. Yunxiao also felt his right pupil swell as if it was about to split open. The power sealed by the divine alchemist in his spiritual ocean was surging like a river, endless. He wanted to close his right eye, but he couldn't exert any strength at all. Instead, his right eye opened wider and wider, and finally it was completely numb. Boom, boom, boom. As the last bit of power was poured out, Yunxiao's right eye was swollen like a pomegranate, and his eyeball was bulging out, looking extremely ugly. Luanyu, on the other hand, was bleeding from all 7 holes, and was in a sorry state comparable to Yunxiao. With such a powerful mental energy pouring into his mind, is Luan Yu finished? Feng Yaoli's face was solemn as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, Yunxiao had basically lost all his strength to fight. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, and mouth, and his body was flickering with a glazed light as he was constantly repairing his body. His breath was extremely low, especially her face, which was completely deformed by the moon eye. The dense meridians and blood vessels covered her face, making her look like a ghost. Luan Yu's head had turned into a bloody head, and his eyes were dull. However, his body was still emitting a powerful vitality. After all, the moon pupil's attack just now was mainly on his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, so the impact on his physical body was not seri. The glazed light on Yunxiao's body was constantly repairing his body. He turned his hand and grabbed, and a ball of golden light emerged in his palm, emitting a soft light. It turned into a golden wheel and flew out, slashing at Luan Yu's head. At this moment, Luan Yu's spiritual altar was only damaged, and her 5 senses and 6 senses had become numb and dull. Yunxiao knew that if time passed, he would be in danger when he recovered, so he took advantage of the situation to kill him. The golden wheel spun in the air and gave birth to thousands of strange phenomena. It was definitely not an ordinary profound-level weapon. Lin's shocked voice came from within the palace. Golden wheel of the magic tree. So he's been studying this for the remaining 10 days after his breakthrough, he said slowly. It's just that he hasn't had enough time. Can he control it? A vast golden formation appeared above the golden wheel of the magical tree. Hundreds of cogwheels spun inside, driving the entire formation. In addition, there were over 10,000 devil talismans hidden within it, making it extremely mysterious. Bang! The dragon tail behind Luan Yu smacked over, and the vast sky was instantly streaked by a green light. The huge tail struck down and struck the golden wheel, shaking off more than half of the phenomenon. However, the tail did not seem to have much strength. The ruling plume was still not clear-headed, and it was only instinctively defensive consciousness. His hands also grabbed forward. Bang! 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 As the golden wheel spun, blood spurted out from his palm and the dragon's scales on his arm were scratched. The Luan Yu was constantly pushed back by the golden wheel of the magic tree, but it was unable to hurt its dragon body. Yunxiao frowned. He did not have much strength left, so he could not help but feel a little anxious. He made a hand seal with one hand and retrieved the golden wheel. His other arm released 6 ding and 6 jia, and 12 puppets instantly flew out, setting up a formation around Yuri. 6 giant spirits appeared in an instant, each holding a weapon and slashing at the Luan feather in the array. Boom! 6 light blades, halberds, and tridents fell at the same time, slashing at Yuri's body and sending him flying. The sword wound on his chest was torn open by several inches, and blood flowed out. Jueyu's sea of consciousness was damaged, and his entire person became extremely sluggish. He did not have any spirituality or agility, and did not know how to dodge. He could only instinctively defend in the array. Feng Yaoli sighed and shook his head. A true dragon of a generation is going to fall here, just like that. There was some pity in his eyes, but more of it was a deep fear of Yunxiao. A smile appeared on Ling Mudi's face. He smiled and nodded. In the end, the new generation will replace the old. Wei Qing and the others were not happy to hear this, and Li Yi's face was as dark as water, his eyes filled with hatred. He hated Yunxiao for being so strong, and he hated himself for not having such great strength. The 3 women also relaxed. Luan Yu was constantly attacked by the giant spirit in the formation. Even if his dragon body was tyrannical, he was also riddled with holes now, his entire body covered in blood. There was no way to turn the situation around. Feng Yaoli's eyes flickered, and he said, "Victory and defeat have already been decided. There's no need to continue fighting, right? Luan Yu has lost." Who was the one who said that he didn't admit defeat and had the responsibility to maintain the fairness of the martial arts competition? Chu Hongyan said angrily. Feng Yaoli looked at her coldly and said, In order to maintain the fairness of the martial arts competition, I suggested to stop. Luan Yu's mind wasn't clear right now, so it was impossible for him to automatically admit defeat. It was equivalent to losing the opportunity to admit defeat. It's different just now. Although Xianxia was seriously injured, he had the chance to admit defeat. You're twisting logic. A bunch of nonsense. Fei and I was also furious. We will never admit defeat. We have to fight to the death. And that will be the end of this martial arts competition. The martial arts competition has its own rules. How can it be up to you to agree or disagree? Since you want to break the rules, I can only use force to maintain the fairness of this martial arts duel. Feng Yaoli waved his cold sword, his eyes cold as he stared at Xianxia, and killing intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. Ling Mu Di and the others were still suppressed by the sky-sealing seal. They could not help but be shocked. Lady Lin. Lin's voice rang out from within the palace. I'm the one who sets the rules of the martial arts duel. Who do you think you are? Multicolored light flashed in the sky, and there seemed to be a vague figure moving. It was misty, and the real body could not be seen. However, there was an extremely strong aura pressing down. Feng Yaoli's expression changed. He held the sword in front of him and said, Then what do you think the rules should be like, Lord Lin? In any case, I won't agree to a life-and-death battle. He didn't know what agreement he had with Luan Yu, but it seemed to protect Luan Yu's life. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the sky. The 12 divine beings' killing formation was attacked by a vast force and broke from the outside. The entire formation was split into two. Xianxia was immediately hit by the impact, and he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? This power was definitely not the power of the ruling plume. The ruling plume was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its entire body was covered in blood as it floated in the air, almost unconscious. This sudden change shocked everyone, and they all looked up. Suddenly, a large amount of pitch-black demonic chi gushed out of the void and completely wrapped around the Luan Yu. It gradually disappeared. Impudent! I can't believe I'm trying to kidnap someone right under my nose. Die! Feng Yaoli shouted and immediately put away the Taiji sky-sealing seal. In a flash, he appeared in the sky, and his cold sword swept across the void. Bang! A sword light struck out and blocked the cold sword and ice frost, causing a flower of ice and fire to bloom. In the darkness, a cold and sharp face slowly emerged, staring at Feng Yaoli. Yunxiao's body trembled as he cried out in surprise, Ancient Dust Sword! Bo Yuqing! His left eye immediately turned pitch black, and his demonic eye looked into the deeper void. An old figure was faintly visible. Oh, you found me? That figure had a smile on his face as he walked out of the darkness and smiled at everyone. Lu Congzi! Chu Hongyan was shocked. The two people standing in the sky were Lu Congzi and Bo Yuqing. Just now, Lu Congzi had swept away the Yuri's body with demonic chi, and it was now unknown where it was. Hand over Luan Yu, Feng Yaoli said coldly. Bo Yuqing didn't say a word, his face cold and expressionless, not paying any attention to what he said. Damn it! Feng Yaoli angrily rebuked. Then go to hell! A powerful sword chi burst out from the ice sword. It was as if a country was falling, and the ancient dust was crushed under it. Yeah sounds were heard, and a crack appeared on it. The cold air attacked, and a thick layer of ice formed on Bo Yuqing's body, as if he was completely frozen. Please calm your anger, your majesty. Lu Congzi smiled faintly and raised his hand. A stream of demonic energy transformed into a force and struck the ice sword with a bang. The surrounding temperature rose, and the ice melted. Bo Yuqing suddenly raised his sword and retreated a few thousand feet. Bo Yuqing lowered his head and looked at the gap in the ancient dust sword. He couldn't help frowning, anger appearing between his brows. Feng Yaoli didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at Lu Congzi coldly, and his heart was filled with shock. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the person in front of him, but just by standing there, he had the aura of a grandmaster, giving him pressure. You recognize this lord? Who are you? He, you must be the king of the snow country, Feng Yaoli. And I, Lu Congzi, the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation, am the alchemist who rules the world. Feng Yaoli was shocked. He snorted. I don't care who you are. Hand over the ruling plume now, or you'll be dead. Lu Congzi said, You have seen the injuries on Lord Yuri's body. They can't be cured easily, especially his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. More than half of them were shattered by Xianxiao's divine spell. I'm afraid that only my sea of soul formation can cure it. What? Feng Yaoli frowned. Are you saying that you can't even refuse? Hee. Although it's not pleasant to hear, it's true. Lu Congzi nodded with a smile. Humph. Feng Yaoli sneered. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How would I know what you're up to? And what are you after? This has nothing to do with the monarch, right? Lu Congzi asked. As long as I can cure Lord Yuri, isn't that what the ruler wishes for? Humph. Feng Yaoli snorted. Even if you really have the ability, how can I trust you? Hee, you have to believe me, your majesty. Lu Congzi chuckled. Moreover, I'm the chief of the Sea of Soul Formation. How could I lie to you? Feng Yaoli fell silent, as if he was in a dilemma. The ruling plume was of great use to him, and he would never let anyone kill it easily. But at this moment, as Lu Congzi had said, he had to believe that he had no better choice. Moreover, if he were to forcefully make a move, it would be a problem if he could snatch the ruling plume back from the two of them. Lu Congzi chuckled and said, The current situation is very clear, and the monarch will surely understand. Besides, we have a common goal, and that is the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix. Is your majesty really willing to let Yunxiao have the true tail plume? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed abruptly. Chu Hongyan and the others had flown up into the sky the moment the Taiji sky sealing seal was withdrawn and stood beside Yunxiao to heal him. When they heard what he said, they were all furious. Chu Hongyan's face was covered with a layer of frost. Thinking of Yunxiao's hard work and life and death struggle to win the battle, she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Congzi, you should really die.